And we're live. Can everyone hear me? I'm just going to let everyone know we've started. Hold on, guys. I'm just letting everyone know we started. Okay, John Murray can hear me. So, I assume everybody else can. Hi, Mason. Wait, what do you mean you can't hear me, Jacob? Hello? Bonjour, Dom. Okay, John Murray and Jacob. Jacob must have his volume at minimum. Bonjour, Dom. Are you going to stay this time, Cassie? Oh, you're joking. Good. Oh. Just a moment, everyone. I'll say hi in a second. Just gonna let everyone know. So, John and Dom are already here, so I won't message them. Yes, stay for a while tonight, Cassie. And Jupiter can hear. What do you mean, when is 2025? Why do you always ask when things are happening, Cassie? Are you senile? Why do you always ask when things are happening when you should know when they're happening? Are you senile? No. Exactly, John Murray. What do you mean, how was Christmas? Christmas hasn't even... Oh my god, and then she promises she's gonna go and then leave. Cassie is senile. What do you mean? And then she just leaves again. How dumb is she? What do you mean, when is Christmas? How was Christmas? Exactly. How stupid can you get? We should really get in contact with her mum and ask what's happened. And ask what's... We should really get in contact with her mum and ask what the deal with her is. So, as I was about to say, good evening, everybody. Hello to Jacob, John Murray, Cool Gamer, Mason, Jupiter, Dom, Rob, and I think that's everyone for now. Though I hope we start. I think she already has. I think she lost it a long time ago, Jacob. Martin! Don't hide John Murray! Oh my god. I'm glad I won't be seeing Anyone that dumb on my Discord call tomorrow? What, Jupiter? No, don't hide her either, Martin. It's fine. I'm glad I won't be seeing anyone that dumb on my Discord call tomorrow evening. Good. So am I. Anyways, well, hello, Martin. Well, either way, hello, Martin. So, tonight, we're going back to the usual stuff. Roblox, internet surfing, talking about stuff, waiting for more people to come, you know, that sort of thing. Addy Star 1, we've never seen you here before. Welcome to this stream and welcome to my channel, Addy. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, I don't think we've seen Addy before, but welcome to the channel regardless. Out of curiosity, Addy, how did you find this channel? Anyway, while we wait for Addy to answer, let's get into Roblox. Supermarket Simulator. Okay, maybe we'll pay that later. For now, I don't know what that is, AD. How do you find this channel? Let's start with... Alright, calm down, Martin. Let's start with British Railway tonight. And I haven't done much Raptordogs writing tonight, so I'll probably do some tonight. My videos just blew up, and you subscribed to me? I see. Jacob, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make the same joke you make with George, and always saying, wishing him happy birthday when it's not his birthday. It's not gonna work for me, Jacob. You're not gonna get a reaction out of me. I know why you guys keep doing it to George, to get a reaction out of him. But I'm sorry, it's not gonna work for me. You are not gonna get a reaction out of me for that. Right. So, we'll drive the Class 90 tonight. Hey Daniel, I think it's been a while since we've seen you. Have you been here before, Daniel? I think you have, but I don't know for sure. Have a nice day. I see. Oh, you have been here before. Great. Well. You like Roblox too? Oh, good. Well, if you've got an account, Addy, you want to join me on this game? On this server? Oh. So, now 3 first-class coaches, 7 standard class coaches, and a DVT. So the reason we're driving... Hi, James. Nice to see you. Hey, boys. I'm not interested in that series. That's 80. You're just messing good. Right, so tonight we are... So the reason we're starting tonight off by driving an intercity... you like trains too? Well, good. You've come to the right channel, Addy. Yeah, we all know you like planets, Jupiter. You've come to the right channel, Addy. Hi, William. Been a few weeks since we've seen you, and Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, this is my last live stream before Christmas Day. But don't forget, guys, on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, I'm going to be doing my running session live stream on my Hornby layout with my, with the, GNER Intercity 225 I'll be getting as the star of the show. And hello, MLP fan. Good, Daniel, you've come to the right place. Rambling the raccoon? Nice. My boy, chicken and pasta is for dinner. Yeah, William, it's nice to see you regardless. But yeah, don't forget, guys, that stream is happening on Christmas Day at 7:30 PM UK time. The stream was going to happen at 7 o'clock UK time, but that was... I'll watch that in a second, William. But that was under the assumption that Wallace and Gromit Vengeance Most Foul would be premiering at, that was under the assumption that Wallace and Gromit Vengeance Most Foul would be premiering directly after the King's speech at like 3:15. So, but turns out it's not premiering at 3:15, it's actually premiering at 6:10 UK time, and as the film is 80 minutes long, it won't have finished by 7 o'clock, so I've pushed it back to 7:30. But yeah, 7:30 until 11 PM is when my Christmas 7:30 to 11 PM is when my Christmas running session stream is going to be, with my IC225 as the star. I've already said, Addy, I'd like a Hornby Intercity 225 in GNER livery. Trailer for the new Superman film? Yeah, I've seen it. Just as good. I understand what you mean, James. Hello, Catherine. Yeah, I hate it too, Daniel. It's total brain rot. Opening the presents again? Awesome. Change of plan. That being Thomas FL probably of the TV version of Munitions? Cool. I'll be spending Christmas at my grandparents'. But unfortunately, they don't have BBC channels, so I won't be watching it until it comes to Netflix on January 3rd, I see. Isn't it in cinemas in Australia yet? I'm planning on seeing Sonic 3 very, very soon. Like, if not, like, Sunday, then Monday. Hang on, oh, shit. Right, what's this? Impression of Father Christmas?
Whoa, my dears! Out, stop!
Not bad.
Huh?
What is your... What?
Well, I'll let you in on a big bloomin' secret.
Not bad, William. Very nice indeed. Let's hope Julian hasn't wished for snow again. Well, because there'll be snow everywhere. Playrail, chocolate, Percy, and Ertl. Wooden railway motor. Playrail, chocolate, Percy, and an Ertl. Awesome. Well, those are my plans for Christmas, John Murray. My plans for Christmas Day are open my presents, mainly my Intercity 225, have breakfast, give my 225 some laps around my layout, and maybe do some filming and film a quick video with it, and edit it. Then when my grandparents arrive, have a bit of a chat with them, have Christmas lunch. Then I'm not really interested in watching the King's speech, so I'll probably just play on my Hornby Railway a bit more, and maybe in the process watch a few of the films I'm asking for on VHS and DVD. Then then have dessert for Christmas lunch. Then at 5:45 have a light dinner. Then watch Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul, and then do the running session stream. You too, Addy. The collector's card. I see, James. That's awesome. Need to do it a week in advance, at least, if you want any hope of it getting to Santa in time. Try to sound as much like Mel Smith as possible. Nice. The party, I mean, not your snowman. So yeah, those are my plans for Christmas Day. I hope you guys are looking forward to the running session stream at 7:30 on Christmas Day. 7:30 PM UK time. Oh, and also, you're doing Christmas in July, are you? And also, during the premiere of Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul, I'm going to do a live community post streak of it, so I'm going to take photographs of what I'm watching, give my thoughts, take photos of what comes on screen, give my thoughts, type out my thoughts on each part of the thing, and then send it, and then post it. You know, like live tweeting. I'm gonna do live community posting of Vengeance Most Foul. Partly to share my thoughts, but also because I want to ruin it for Americans who have to wait until January 3rd. So you hear that, John Murray? If you don't want spoilers for Vengeance Most Foul, John Murray, be sure to keep away from my community page on Christmas Day from 6 PM. So yes. Talk about Christmas, I see. Munitions. Bell munitions. The 18th birthday special, nice. Crumbs! Shark! Shark! Mel Smith's performance actually worked. Okay, nice, John Murray, well done. Do the Crash Bandicoot laugh when you do a spoiler. Okay then. the laugh from his from the commercial, from that crappy commercial he did. British English, Addy. I prefer to use British dialect is mainly what I used. I know it does, William. Grabs, shark. Done my Q&A bit. Anyway, there's a few other things I want to say, guys. So, what are the rest of you guys hoping to get for Christmas? James has already told us what he wants for Christmas, as have I. But what are the rest of you? What are the rest of you hoping to get for Christmas? Please do tell me. So jump up on my sleigh, and we're all on our way to another blooming Christmas. I know, James.
Preston Junction.
Yes, I do. I do like Crash Bandicoot, Addy, but I prefer Spyro. I prefer Spyro the Dragon.
Please mind the gap between the train.
Spyro's my favorite video game franchise. Ah, shit, we're going way too fast. Emergency brake. I applied the brake much too late. Doing it in a river in Scotland? I don't know. Oh. The seal part always gets me. Oh. You gotta love how in TV shows YouTube poop, Father Christmas blames himself for pooping. In that YouTube poop, you gotta love how the seal goes ow to Father Christmas, and he just responds with "fuck you." Like, the seal wasn't doing anything wrong. He wasn't even provoking Santa. He was just saying, like, Yeah, he was just saying, like,
Saigon C.
probably hello.
Has been
Morning!
This is
Yeah, that's
the
what he
World
actually
Cup
says in the
will be
episode.
unavailable. We apologize for the disruption to your journey today.
VHSs and DVDs for Christmas. You also want complete series 1 and the episode's Little Accidents, I see. Season 1 of Brum VHS for Christmas? Alright, cool. Anyone else? Does he want to do anything else? Oh, in the blazes, apply that emergency brake. Hey, Dad. My know-it-all kid impression is just perfect. Hey, you, do you know what kind of train this is? I'm sorry. What's in Gromit plush? Nice. Okay, I told you in real life. Oh, nice, Addy. So I take it you're American then, Addy? Sub to the channel, or I'll nuke you, the newcomers. Let's go then. Time to shit on the little boys. Ah! Then Peter screams. Right, so anyone else? Oh, so John Murray only has a Gromit plush. Pardon me. I know, Jacob, but I don't care. For a piece basis. And speaking of the Polar Express, Train of Thought uploaded his Everything Wrong with the Trains in the Polar Express video. Found it very enjoyable, and I knew he was going to make a video on Polar Express today, and I knew he was going to do it today because he always uploads on Friday, and this happens to be the last Friday before Christmas Day, so I knew it was going to be today, but I really enjoyed the video. I might show it to you guys in a minute. Kirby fanfare phone. The train I'm driving now, it's a Class 90. It's a Class 90 electric locomotive hauling Mark III coaches. I know, William, we all know he got it wrong. It's not even an S3 class. It's an N1 class, actually. That's what Train of Thought said in his video. Train cars are essentially not. Shit, red! Oh my god, the signal was green. The signal pinged. It was green, then suddenly it gives to red. The AWS was supposed to give a warning. Got to watch it? Okay. Okay, I'll let you watch it, William. See you later. Blank VHS Walkabout, an Australian film, I see. Copy of Thomas and Friends Season 2, watch this episode, I see. Signal block cleared. I used to watch copy of Thomas Season 2, I watched the episode. Stay right to the end as it's the last stream before Christmas. Awesome. John, thank you. Not now, Martin. Okay, just Walkabout, an Australian film, I see. So yeah, thank you all for telling me what you're hoping to get for Christmas. But anyway, with all that out of the way, I wanted to... Cars kept changing, I know. Oh, I forgot there was a signal there as well. Stupid block sections. They're much too small. Signals are going all glitchy, it seems. But as I've been trying to say, the live action byline is being gatekeeped. I heard that today too, James. And that's unacceptable how it's being gatekeeped. I want someone to steal it and upload it too. Oh shit, I'm stopping here, aren't I? Hope it gets leaked. The serious one is the unrestored one. Cool. I'm signing in. Looks like we'll have to steal it, but then again, it's ethical for us to be in prison. True. Neon's trying to watch this stream, but YouTube seems to not let him. Close the button. It's working now, according to Neon. So Neon should be here any second. What's this? Oh, I'm not interested in this, Martin. Sorry. Is John Murray still... Are John Murray, Jupiter, and Addy still there? Shut up, AWS. You also have to wear gloves. True. Pardon me. You guys know I always get burpy when, alcohol. Break on. I'm cool. Rescue, I see. I said I'm not interested. I'm paying back because I had no choice. Oh dear. I said I'm not interested, Martin. Break off. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that particular VHS. Oh, shit. Anyway, as... Oh, no. I meant E. As I was trying to say, the reason I decided to drive Class 90 and Mark 3s tonight is because very soon, according to previews I've seen on according to previews I've seen on the Fourth Rail Discord server,
Welcome on board this intercity.
the Class 90s predecessors, the Class 86s, are going to be added to the game very soon alongside a new line. I'm very, very excited to see the introduction of that. Yeah, I can't wait to play this game with the class. I can't wait to start driving Class 86s on here. Maybe they'll add Mark II coaches as well. I wouldn't know for sure, but maybe they would. And maybe some of the old style driving van trailers as well. Some of the old style DVTs with the flat one, with the flat faces. Flat cabs. Oh, awesome, John Murray. That's brilliant. I'd probably, if I was ever at your house, I'd probably take you up on that offer. Someone, I have no choice. Oh, all right then, Jupiter. All right, next stop is Avonhill. Then we're probably going to do a return run to Norrington, and then switch games, and we'll probably come back to VR later. Oh, later. I see. I can tell from your Christmas profile picture, Jacob. This train. I can only go at 90 miles an hour. It's probably running light to the depot. ECS movement to Avonhill. ECS obviously standing for empty coaching stock. Serious iceberg videos based on disturbing content in the form of an iceberg. I see. Oh shit, why wasn't I warned about? Why didn't the speed warning come up there? Didn't see the Morpeth board. Ah shit, I'm coming in way too hot. Losing points by the second. Yeah, I came in way too hot. I braked far too late. Because I was reading the chat. reckless. This would probably get me fired if I was a real train driver. Pardon me. Oh, and I stopped too short of the platform. Should I premiere? Probably. Whichever suits you best. MLP. James. Oh, is MLP fan still there? Sometimes I did imagine if the Polar Express turning up at my house, Jacob. Let's return to Norrington. Oh, it's asking us to stop at Hume Heath. Let's just go Avon Hill, Belmont Green, then through to Mill Bridge. Christmas Day? Well, if that's what you want, James. Oh, there's now people who come down from the station concourse and get on the train. They didn't used to do this. This animation wasn't present before, but now it is. This guy's also doing an intercity service to Mill Bridge. I know, John Murray. Oh, and tomorrow I've got a very exciting day. I'll be, I'll be going to Hyde Park Winter Wonderland, as I said last week, and I'll be riding, Olympia looping, aka Munich looping. And that train's now departing.
Is Belmont Green.
First video anniversary, awesome. Right. Signal's red now. Now I'll have to wait for this train to clear the block section. I'm not going to close the doors till the train ahead has cleared the block section. There's no point as the signal's red. Two years since I got my N64, awesome. Yellow signal. where Stan is. I know, James. We've always had our Christmas here, at my place. Or rather, my parents' place. Excuse me. Go. Sometimes I've had Christmas at my normal family home. It's always been like that for me. The city service ahead of me has already been through Fleetwood. Now there's only 4 people watching. That can't be right. Christmas 2019, Trackmaster Hank? Cool. Okay, 7. Yeah, that does seem more like it. Wonder when William will be back. The video's about half an hour long, so I'll ask him if he's coming back to the stream now. Oh. Shut up, AW. Oh, red signal? Really? Oh, shit. Of course it's a pacer. Of bloody course. Good job we're going right through Fleetwood. Yeah, with Fleetwood being bi-directional, it's a good thing. It's a good thing we're going through Fleetwood. Switch accounts. Which means 2 weeks off. Thomas Torch, a copy of Tale of the Brave. Awesome. Shit. Stupid AWS. Oh, it's a terminating service at Fleetwood. Very good. If anything, this is good because it's set me behind the intercity service ahead of me. I have no idea, Jacob. I really have no idea. Departing now. Train ahead of me. Oh, he's stopping at Fortis Green next. Spyro the Dragon, few of the PS1 games, Mario Bros for the NES, awesome. For me, you might say James L. Jones. That makes complete sense. Brake on. Brake on. It's definitely more than 4 people watching. That can't be right. Close. Let's go. Only calling it Bellman Green and Mill Bridge. Oh yeah, Linda Barron. That was pretty saddening when she died. R.I.P. Linda Barron, here. Still there, James? Aunt Mabel and Pippin. Almost about to say Pin Pip. In the disease. And then I got come outside YouTube. Aunt Mabel leaves and Pin Pip. Oh dear. Amusing. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Slow down for the 35-mile-an-hour restriction through Leeton. Is already well on its way to Fortis Green. Newman? Oh yeah, that was... Oh. Perhaps James has gone to Shrek Swamp. I hope we see Odd Neon and Electro soon. Welcome back, Addy. Anything else for short? Urkel Sally? Cool. Oh, you're back, James. Nice. Okay, next signal's cleared. Lovely. WS. Got a back the net with 2016, nice. Another awesome day. Thanks, Addy. Running under cautionary signals. Chatmaster Ryan and Jerome. This is going to change only on solo DVD. Nice. Welcome back, William. So how was the video? How do you like the video? No, Matthew. It's, I'll look at that in a minute, William. No, Matthew. It's coming out on the 23rd, actually. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Matthew. Video to celebrate 20th anniversary of Polar Express. Oh, I forgot it was the 20th anniversary of the film. I knew there was something special related to Polar Express this year. Yeah, I may show everyone. I'm going to show everyone that video when either Odd or Electro show up. Train of Thoughts Polar Express video they uploaded today. Glad to hear that, William. Stupid AWS. Home Alone is... No, it's not British. It was filmed in America. What makes you think it's British? Shit, I'm gonna hit the buffers. Open doors. And there we have it. Hang on. I'm really looking forward to the Bod the Builder Christmas to Remember VHS review. Nice, John Murray. Oh, was it shown on CBeebies every Christmas? Oh, yeah, everyone knows that, Matthew. Playing on Centre Park, and on Bristol in UK. Well, just because it's broadcast on British networks, that doesn't make it a British film. It's an American film. Oh, Alsberg the Père Marquette. Oh, you named him Alsberg. Interesting. So, I'd assume you'd made him Chris, but you'd... I assumed you said Chris, but actually named him Alsberg. That's very interesting. Oh, and you've got 240 subscribers now. Well done. I like Home Alone too. I like Home Alone as well. I prefer the second film, though. Christmas jumpers. What makes you say that, Whitley, MLP fan? What's this, James? What's this? The vegan stole my nose, what, for a carrot? Oh, God. That's a very good drawing, William. Very good indeed. All of them? What? Even 3, 4, and all the others? I've just heard they're mediocre to terrible after the second one. Yeah, I don't know her, Addy. Anyway. I'm gonna run to the loo now, guys. I've already got water here. So I'm just gonna quickly run to the loo. Oh, and I'll throw my cider cans away in the process. Oh, it's... You just said that, Addy. I'll throw my cider cans away and go to the loo. I've already got water. Hold on. I'll be back as quickly as I can, guys. Oh, the coaches. Oh, hang on. I'll have a look at the coaches first. Oh, lovely. Must have a lot of health, I know. Nice, Eddie. Then a Christmas jumper in Windsor and Christmas in July. Yeah, Train of Thought's latest video, he said that the Polar Express's coaches were based on coaches built by the Pullman Company in the 1930s, and I think William has made these coaches more accurate to those Pullman coaches than they were in the film. Yeah, William, I think these coaches you've drawn are more accurate to the coaches in the film, are more accurate to the real Pullman coaches than the ones in the film. So well done there, William. And you actually added doors on the coaches as well. In the film, the Polar Express only had doors. In the film, the Polar Express only had doors between the coaches. It didn't have any doors on the sides of the coaches for some strange reason. I really don't mind the faulty logic of the Polar Express. If anything, it only adds to the charm of the film. Alright then, Matthew. Alright then, I see, Addy. Nice. Terry must have a lot of health. I need to save up, man. Yeah, I just read that MLP fan. Daryl Sabara, who was the voice of the Hero Boys, now in a relationship with Meghan Trainor. I think I remember hearing about that, but I must have forgotten. You're welcome, William. It was on Disney Plus. I see. Right, I'll be back. Hopefully, either Neon, Odd, or Electro will have joined the stream by the time I get back. So I'll see you in a moment, guys. Then once I'm back, we'll play a different Roblox game. You all know the drill, guys. If anyone comes while I'm gone... Oh, hold on. Towards the end, you will see the observation coach. Oh, I'll just quickly have a look at that, and then and then I'll go. Oh, very good. Again, I think it might be a more accurate depiction of the Pullman coaches that in real life than the ones in the film. So well done once again, William. Right, guys, I'll be right back. If anyone comes while I'm gone. Hold on, what's MLP fans said? VHS reviews available. Nah, there'd be copyright issues if that were the case. Alright then, Addy. Right. I'll be right back, guys. You all know the drill. If anyone comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be 30 seconds, guys. Oh, hold on. I'll be 30 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. And I'm back. What's been happening in the chat? Still hard to believe Sabara was 12 when he did the voice? Indeed. And he was only 9 when he did Spy Kids, I believe. The first Spy Kids. He was born in 1992, wasn't he? I hope to have him in a few of my films, Daryl Sabara. I know. Yeah, well, I don't really celebrate New Year, Addy. I will have a New Year's resolution, and that is to get the pilot episode of Raptordogs funded and made. But that is my New Year's resolution, but I don't actually celebrate the arrival of the New Year. Everything... Hold on. You have all 3 on DVD? Cool. Is John Murray still there? And is James still there? So... Motion capture for The Undertaker's appearance in The Christmas Carol. Is that the 2009 Christmas Carol, William? Because I don't really remember The Undertaker. Let me ask Stan if he's coming to the stream. Charcoal isn't online at the moment, so there'll be no point in asking. Alright, cool, John Murray. Snow in my area, I understand, but, I've kind of lost interest in snow. Oh, it is. Oh, cool. I don't remember a character called The Undertaker in the 2009 Christmas Carol. I may think Polar Express is one of the most underappreciated films ever. While I do think Polar Express is up there with the is up there among the most underrated is up there among the most underappreciated films in history, alongside another Robert Zemeckis film, 1997's Contact. Yeah, both Contact and The Polar Express are among my favourite films of all time. Both of those films are among the most underappreciated of all time, in my opinion. But Zemeckis' other motion capture film, A Christmas Carol, well, one of the others he's done, that's also one of the most underappreciated films of all time, in my opinion. The 2009 Christmas Carol. The beginning of the film, I see. Oh, I think I remember now. Taken off air this year. Oh, really? That's interesting, Jacob. Spyro loves the snow. Oh, nice. Oh, I see, William. I wish you did physical acting, though. Won't be snow in my area this Christmas. Why? Is that because it's too warm, John Murray? But as I was saying, Contact, Polar Express, and the 2009 Christmas Carol are definitely among the most underappreciated films of all time. I can't comment on Zemeckis' third motion capture film, Beowulf, but I'm sure that's underrated as well. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to the stream. Now, the snow's in my area. That's interesting, Matthew. Quite a rainy country. Yeah, much like the UK. Running alongside V from Chuggington. Nice. Money from Scrooge for Marley's Corpse. Oh, God. Yeah, all those films are definitely among the most underrated and underappreciated. I agree, William. Motion capture technology is a lot better nowadays. People don't seem to make entirely motion capture films anymore, but motion capture is still used in the industry. Motion capture is still used extensively in the industry. I think Mars Needs Mums is what killed fully motion capture films. But yeah, I agree, William. Fully motion capture films do need to come back because they were an innovative idea back in the day. Horror Model Railway experiment with motion capture on V. Nice. I want the film The Main Six playing in the snow. Nice. DVD. It's the 2009 version. Cool. What? I do have to wonder. Speaking of, that, I do have to wonder why Robert Zemeckis went with Warner Brothers for Polar Express, but he changed to Disney for Christmas Carol. Why didn't he just stick with Warner Brothers if they backed the Polar Express? I can't remember if it was Disney or Warner Brothers that backed the motion capture film he did in between them, Beowulf, but I'll need to have a look. Christmas Carol DVD. Robert Zemeckis had plans for a motion capture film that was a remake of The Yellow Submarine and The Nutcracker. Why didn't he go through with them? I agree, William. Let's have a look at Beowulf. Oh shit, someone's activated self-destruct. Gotta go to... Let's see. So 2007. Old English epic poem Beowulf. Oh, Paramount Pictures in America and Warner Bros. in the States. International, rather. So yeah, why didn't he stick with Warner Brothers for Christmas Carol? There was no reason for him to switch to Disney, considering that Christmas Carol is in the public domain. There was no reason for him to switch to Disney, unless, of course, relations between him and Warner Brothers broke down. If that's the reason he switched to Disney, then it makes sense. I thought Mars Needs Mums was released in the same year as Tintin, 2011. Right, I've got to get out of here.
Emergency power activated.
Oh, the blast doors are closing. Hold on, I'll catch up with the chat in a minute. Quick, get in the boat, get in the boat. Right, eat the taco. Christmas Carol 2009, nice. I know, William. Dancers provide some motion capture, nice. Number of British actors in the cast, I see. Let's see, who have we got? Ray Winstone, yeah, his name rings a bell. Angelina Jolie, yep, she rings a bell. John Malkovich, yeah, a lot of people know John Malkovich. Yeah, I do recognise some of these names. Who else? What's John Malkovich been in that, Xbox Net, nice. It's not the final one, Matthew. I want to do a few more before I properly end the series. Oh, of course! John Malkovich played Pascal Savage in Johnny English. How could I forget? No, he's not a British actor, actually. Ray Wins. Oh, Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, everyone. Yeah, I know Anthony Hopkins. Taken off here. What else has Anthony Hopkins been in? I wouldn't remember. Well, I escaped. Beowulf sadly also flopped at the box office. Only making 196 million on a 150 million budget. Wind of the Willows, nice. Motion capture Wind of the Willows, yeah, that could work. Voice of VOC. Beowulf. Often translated works in Old English literature. Nobody knows who wrote the Beowulf poem. Nobody knows who wrote the Beowulf poem. Oh, the team's already full. Never mind, I guess I'll join a different team. It's in Beowulf 2, nice. Cool. Worst film you've seen in the cinemas? I see. I swear Mars Needs Mums was released in... Oh, it was 2011. William said... Jim Carrey the Grinch? That's interesting. You said 3 years after Mars Needs Mums. Yeah, Tintin came out in 2011, actually, William. as the same year as Mars Needs Mums. Yeah, I was like, ooh, I forgot how hard it flopped at the box office. But yeah, as I thought, Mars Needs Mums was released the same year as Tintin. I don't know, MLP fan. No, I didn't, Matthew. I was never interested in that. Brown and Gleeson, nice. Voiced by a child. The animatic is in film. I say, yeah, I forgot how hard Mars Needs Mums flopped at the box office. It only made $39.2 million on a $150 million budget. Unbelievable. At least it wasn't. At least Beowulf didn't perform as badly. At least Beowulf made its production budget back. But then, of course, with film costs, you need to factor marketing and distribution costs in as well. So usually a film needs to gross... Typically, a film needs to gross 2.5 times its budget in order to break even its total production costs. Right, so what else to play? End of 2011, I see. So yeah, I'm afraid you were wrong, William. Sorry. Now it's suddenly saying 17 people are watching. That's interesting. Imagine if I made a film and motion capture on Xbox Connect. That would probably give some interesting results. MLP fan. You still there, William, or are you going to bed now? Oh, dear. Now I'm drunk. Right. We might play Cabin Crew Simulator in a bit. It's been a while since I played that. But for now, I think I'll play Arsenal. And then once either Odd or Electro shows up, I'll show them that video. Oh, you are still there, William. Good. A fully motion capture film based on the Arthurian legend would also be cool. I agree. That would be cool to see. Although I do feel it would be better in live action, but that's just me. My point was, Tintin proved these sorts of films could work. I completely agree. I agree, they can work. It's a shame it died, or it's a shame motion capture kind of died away after 2011. Fully motion capture films, anyway. I think they need to make a comeback. But once somebody... Actual movie, I want these in pictures, that would be interesting. But once somebody inevitably makes an entirely AI-generated film, no way will I be watching that. I'm not giving money to such soulless shit, regardless of how good the quality of the actual AI is.
They are stupid to think they will win.
I especially won't be watching it if the script is AI-generated. Nobody wants to watch that. Nobody will want to watch that. Someone inevitably will, regardless of if it's an indie film or a proper one. somebody inevitably will. What other adaptations could we have in fully motion capture animated films? But yeah, but either way, I would like fully motion capture films to come back. Let me think.
They are stupid to think they will win.
Let's think. Oh, are you still there, John Murray? You did say you'd try and be here till the end of the stream tonight. Let me have a think. Films with sort of whimsy to them, and would work with a specific art style. Let's have a think. I guess a Crash Bandicoot film could work in full motion capture, but it would most likely be fully animated. Either that, or if I made a Crash Bandicoot film, it would be hybrid of live-action models and CGI characters, exactly how I intend to make my Spyro films. Narrator in the Night Garden might suit Santa Claus? Perhaps, Jacob, I don't know, I wouldn't know. The narrator in The Night Garden doesn't really put on a Santa Claus-ish enough voice. I'm sure the person who does the narration in in The Night Garden could do a Santa Claus voice, and no, there will not be any narration in Raptordogs. Love from the promo. Oh yeah, he made. Oh yeah, he did do motion capture. Was used in that. Kim Possible comeback. I suppose that would be neat. MLP fan. No. I mean Matthew. No. Oh shit! I've just remembered when I said MLP fan's name. I haven't done those Spyro voice lines yet. I'm so sorry, MLP fan. It keeps slipping my mind. And I won't be able to do them tomorrow either, as I'm going to Hyde Park Winter Wonderland tomorrow, as I said earlier in the stream. Damn it! I genuinely cannot believe it's nearly 5 days until Christmas. Yeah, Hyde Park. You know, it's a place in London, Matthew. You know, if you're British, you should know what Hyde Park is, Matthew, if you live here in this country. It's one of the most famous parks in London. I know. Can't really be helped, though. What else could be an entirely motion capture film? Let's think. Sir Derek Jacobi. What else has he been in? He must be pretty well known if he's a, I don't know, CBE. 86 years. The Royal National Theatre. Three Sisters. Henry VIII. Gladiator. Oh, he was in Gladiator. And Nanny McPhee. Damn, the In the Night Garden narrator was in Gladiator. The polar opposite of In the Night Garden, more or less. Interesting. Oh, he was in Hamlet as well. Very interesting. And The King's Speech. And Gladiator 2, where his character is now a senator. Oh, he's in Horrible Histories, the movie. I went to see this. I remember seeing this. Good Santa in Arthur Christmas. Oh, I forgot he voiced Santa in Arthur Christmas. Nearly made you nearly change a gear. Oh, right. Yeah, I'd probably steal it from them. Oh, and he was in the 2017 Kenneth Branagh directed Murder on the Orient Express. Bit of Sandage Emery. Nice. Oh, and there it is. He was the narrator in the Night Garden. The Tale of a Sheepdog Puppy. This as well. Winnie the Shithead. I've never heard of that film, Matthew. And I probably haven't because it's, I probably haven't because it's it's most likely an NC-17 film with a title like that. One of my favourite Christmas films? I understand, I've seen it as well.
They are stupid to think they will win.
Interesting stuff. I'm going to bed now. Alright, William, thank you so much for coming. It's been lovely to see you. We'll see you next week. Hopefully. It's glitching a bit. Oh, shit. Somebody in this server's hacking. I'm gonna switch servers. Mickey Mouse Christmas films. Twice Upon a Christmas. Chuggington Archives. Interesting, Jacob. No, I mean James. That'd be interesting. Oh, I'm drunk. What's Todd and Copper? I'm so drunk. Come on, let me in. Oi. Twice Upon a Christmas. I prefer that one too. It's a bit more interesting. Twice Upon a Christmas. All the little stories in that are pretty funny. What about Next Christmas, MLP fan? The one about Donald in the mall, Donald Duck in the mall, that's the funniest one. The way he's made a total fool of himself throughout that. The way he makes a total fool of himself throughout that is hilarious. Fool of himself. We wish you a Merry Christmas, we wish you a Merry Christmas. And the fact we wish you a Merry Christmas triggers him is just hilarious. Literally, why would anyone get triggered by that song? I can't understand it. Donald, stop being selfish! Wah, wah, wah. His response is just golden. Wah, wah, wah. That is just golden. Yeah, I do like Twice Upon a Christmas. I do really enjoy that film. I did see it a fair few times when it was aired on Disney Junior every Christmas. Yes, I have seen House of Mouse. I've watched a fair few episodes on YouTube. On Atlantic TV episodes on broadcast. Be a new team? Yeah, probably. Bruce's of the West is on the wiki. I see. Twilight Sparkle Heroes. Voicing Fluttershy. Okay. Oliver Cromwell comes back into service. Decorating Christmas lights in December. Alright, sounds good. Be our standard class 7. On a December evening. Wait, Oliver Cromwell's under overhaul at the moment? I didn't know. I just assumed Cromwell was still in service, but oh well. Under one single roof? I know that. I'm aware of the concept of the show, Matthew. Yeah, I just assumed Oliver Cromwell was still in service, but obviously not. I know Britannia's currently in service, though. Britannia, not only did Britannia visit the Cantonese, go to the Rother Valley Railway to do the Cantonese Sussex Railway's 50th anniversary gala, but also, I think 1 or 2 days ago, Britannia also ran a Christmas excursion out of London Victoria, which is cool. I'll do one more round of this. Then I need the loo again and some more water. Oh dear, I'm so drunk.
They are stupid to think they
Right,
will
here we
win.
go. Oh, it's been on the overhaul since 2019. I was totally unaware. I thought he'd been in service this whole time. Shows how inept I am. Damn it. No, I was never interested in that show, Matthew. You watched Twice Upon a Christmas on DVD? Cool. I never had the DVD, but as I said, I did used to watch it a few times on Disney Junior, and I have seen clips of it on YouTube since then. It's very underrated. Yeah, Twice Upon a Christmas is rather underrated. But yeah, Donald, Daisy, and Donald, his nephews, and Daisy at the mall is definitely the best part of it. Hi, Davin. Nice to see you. Oh, it's a movie. No, I didn't see it, Matthew. I was never interested. Voice actors to work serious except Morgan Overton? Yeah, for obvious reasons. I'll never understand people who become nonces, and that includes Victor. As much as I condemn what Victor did, I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss him, because I do. I do miss Victor. He was such a funny guy. And yet all this time he was a nonce. Oh yeah, I watched it a lot when I was on Disney Junior when I was younger. But not anymore, Matthew. And rightfully so, MLP fan. Die, 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 die! Damn it.
Hey, you got it. Excellent.
Die. Die, 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 die. Oh yes, I watched that a lot as a kid as well. mainly watched as a kid. I watched Disney Junior a lot as a kid. A lot. I also watched a lot, as well as Little Einsteins and Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I'd also watch Special Agent Oso and of course Animal Mechanicals a lot. Animal Mechanicals was always my favourite Disney Junior show, though I did rarely watch it. I just found it so badass. I still do, kind of. The whole concept of Animal Mechanicals and the world they live in, it really deserves more development. I've said this before in previous streams. That was my favourite one there for you? Oh, nice. That makes sense, John Murray. But yes, I do think, Animal Mechanicals deserves way more world building than it got. No, it may be still going, James, I wouldn't know, but as I was saying, Animal Mechanicals deserves either a film adaptation or a reboot, which would... And if I was put in charge of an Animal Mechanicals reboot, it would, A, probably be a hybrid of live-action miniatures and computer-animated characters, as Raptordogs and my Spyro films would be. And secondly, I'd also develop the world of Animal Mechanicals a lot further. I'd answer the questions of what exactly they are, where they came from, why the team was formed, where Island Owl came from, how the base was built and why it looks like a tiger. Animal Mechanicals brings up so many questions. It's just a world that's ripe for development, but it was never properly developed. And that's what I'd do if I was put in charge of an Animal Mechanicals reboot. I'd answer all those questions and more. Oh yes, I saw that too. Oh yes, I saw that too, Matthew. Yeah, I watched Disney Junior a lot when I was younger, before the age of 10. Franny's Feet. I don't remember any of those, John Murray, I'm afraid. Harry's Bucket Full of Dinosaurs, I remember that show too. Made of Lego, that makes sense, John Murray. Based on the actual design of the world, it does make sense. But yes. Wonder Pet... no. Why did I say Wonder Pets? Animal Mechanicals is indeed ripe for further expansion and further development. The idea of the show on its own is interesting and neat, though it absolutely deserves more development and more fleshing out. Even as a 6/7-year-old, I was always... Even as a 6/7-year-old, I was always intrigued to know what the backstory of the Animal Mechanicals was. But they never gave us an answer. I even had dreams about their backstory a few times. So yeah, they absolutely deserve a backstory. I remember Jake and the Neverland Pirates as well, though I didn't watch it that much. I didn't really watch them on those channels, Matthew. I didn't even know they were broadcast on... It was broadcast on BBC Three, but yes, I have seen cartoons on YouTube and I have Mater's Tall Tales on DVD. I see, John Murray. I may not remember those. Wait, there was a Spanish revival of Bob the Builder? I had no idea. What was that about? Jennifer Lopez plans to produce Bob the Builder film set in Puerto Rico. Interesting. Oh, cool, Matthew. I've got the DVD, but I haven't watched it for years. Though I have recently got back into watching my Video 125 DVDs, which I haven't watched for years either. In my hand right now, I've got Video 125's Intercity Norwich DVD. I'm planning on watching it again soon. Yes, I am slowly starting to get back into Video 125. I may start ordering their DVDs again soon. Yeah, I'll probably watch Intercity Norwich at some point. Oh yes, Handy Manny! I remember Handy Manny as well. Oh my god. There were so many Disney Junior and Disney XD films shows I remember watching. I even watched a little bit of Sonic Underground back in the day. I remember the Handy Manny Robot Chicken sketch as well. I haven't really seen the Cleveland show, though I am aware of it, but I have watched quite a lot of Family Guy. I've never heard of Border Town, though. Yeah, there's so many I remember watching. Oh, and how can I forget about The Legend of Tarzan? I watched that a lot as well on Disney Junior. Oh, so many. Oh, and speaking of Video 125 and the Intercity Norwich DVD, it's relevant that it's fitting how British Railway is going to put the Class 86 into the game soon, as Intercity Norwich was filmed when the Class 86s and the Mark IIs were still in service on the Great Eastern Main Line. But anyway, speaking of reboots, that Wonder Pets reboot, Wonder Pets in the City, was released recently. I just realised. I just remembered. Magic Movies, no. Where are Odd, Neon, and Electro? Wonder when they'll show up. Disney Junior shows on Disney Plus. Nice. Little trace of a Spanish accent, I see. That is interesting, but that just makes it all the more hilarious. Anyway. Oh, I haven't even watched the official trailer for Wonder Pets in the City yet. I saw a single promotional image and I was just like, no. But is this Wonder Pets reboot as bad as the original series? Probably, but let's find out. Lab Rats. Yes, I kind of do, Matthew. Is this as bad as it is? Let's see. Okay, it's a bit smoother at least. Yeah. Yep, it's still shit. I knew it. And now it looks like a more modern phone.
I hear a buzz. Help, help! An animal that needs us is trying to call.
And they're still singing constantly, as per the old Wonder Pets. Oh, god damn it. I know, MLP fan, this makes me face... That makes me face palm too.
That needs us is trying to call.
I don't know. Snowflake Studios, yeah, whatever.
Aww. Save the day. I'm free.
How stiff the animation is.
I'm gonna
From
have a
reboots worse, makes sense, but Andy Manning was on air in New Jersey. Very sexual adult stuff. Oh, Jesus! Is that true? James? And kids got to see, like, actual pornography. And kids ended up seeing actual pornography on there. Oh my god. I'd rather watch Peppa Pig. I'd rather watch Peppa Pig over this.
I'm gonna have a cute attack.
They're little heroes with big hearts.
Butterfly kisses are my favorite kind of kisses.
The wonder of friendship saves the day.
You know what? Star Wars Rebels on Disney Plus? No, I'm not really interested in Star Wars and such. So like Wonder Pets when I was the same age. I've always just thought that Wonder Pets was average at best. Even as a kid, for me, Wonder Pets was average at best, even as a kid. Nowadays, it's just one of the worst kids shows ever made, in my opinion. The video L Supersonic Q made. What's that, James? Rather watch any show rather than this? I would rather watch any show rather than this, I know. Uncanny animation, non-stop singing. Personality-less and annoying characters. Yeah. Total shit. I've never been interested in Kim Possible, Matthew, but I'm sure Kim Possible is better than Wonder Pets any day. But as I was about to say, I'll have a look at that in a moment, James, but as I was about to say, one of the Raptordogs episodes I'm planning for much later on in the series, specifically the very first episode of Raptordogs Season 4, that episode is going to be a parody of Paw Patrol, where those, all the same tropes and things, like a rescue organisation that tries to compete with the Raptordogs, and it's just a spoof of the Paw Patrol, and but the only difference being this knockoff Paw Patrol basically charge people to rescue them. That's the whole joke of the episode. They charge people to rescue them and leave them to die if they don't pay up. That's where the comedy of that will come from. But I have just now decided that there is also going to be a Raptordogs episode that parodies Wonder Pets, that takes the piss out of Wonder Pets. Like classroom pets that sing all the damn time and do nothing but rescue animals. Like, I'd have to think of a clever plot on how the Raptordogs would need to get involved, but yeah, I also want to do an episode in Season 4 that takes the piss out of Wonder Pets. That's sure to be a funny one. Eleanor of Avalon I haven't heard of, but I have heard of Sophia the First. Nice MLP fan. I do remember watching a video about the character of Cedric from Sophia the First, and it made me realise, despite having never seen a single episode in its entirety of Sophia the First, that video about analysing Cedric made me realise how that Sophia the First is probably way better than people give it credit for. Same here, John Murray. But yeah, what does everyone think of that? A Raptordogs episode that parodies Wonder Pets. Oh, I just saw the video about the Wonder Pets. The Backyardigans pilot from this guy just now. That was the first video of him I've watched. That's interesting.
One morning that caused a whole storm of controversy for the channel. if you happen to be to determine the root cause of the incident.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll subscribe to this guy. And a double feature on Sonic 3 and Mufasa the Lion King. I'm not interested in seeing the new Mufasa film, but I'm absolutely watching Sonic 3. I love the first Sonic film, and I love the second. I really like the first Sonic film, and I love the second film. Something, I don't know what, but something tells me that Sonic 3 is going to be the best Sonic live-action Sonic film so far. I don't know for sure, but I've just got this feeling it's going to be the best one so far. I don't know what, or if it will be, but we'll have to see. Awesome, James. I don't remember that, Matthew. Anyway, I must go to the loo again and get some more water. I will be back, guys. You know the drill. If anyone comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be back. Oh, dear. Right, I'm back. What's been happening in the chat? Oh, nothing. Nobody has said a word. I'll read that in a moment, MLP fan. Oh, and Matthew sent something as well. Sounds familiar, but no, I haven't, Matthew. I see, MLP fan. But Walking with Dinosaurs was a live-action CGI hybrid. The Lion King and most likely the new Mufasa film is the same, almost completely animated.
All done.
The heroes with big
Save the day. I'm free. Aww. I'm gonna have a cute attack.
They're little heroes with big hearts.
But I have a cute attack.
They're little heroes with big hearts.
Butterfly kisses are my favorite kind of kisses.
The wonder of friendship saves the day.
All done. It's a big W for waffles. Wonder Pets. And waffles. We are the Wonder Pets, the biggest little team. We're full of heart, super smart, and stronger than we seem. Wonder Pets, more wonderful as one.
No, yeah, anything but. Oh, and hello, Odd. Have you seen Gravity Falls? No, I haven't, but I've heard it's a good show. I've heard good things about it, though. I knew you were excited for the new Wonder Pets, Odd, but no, not me. It's always been the We were talking about it just now because I've realised that it's... Because I've realised... Wait a minute. Bloods or Cribs? I don't know. Apple TV exclusive? I know. I know you think so odd, but I never did, not even as a kid. I've never been a fan of the animation style or the fact that they sing all throughout the episode. Every single episode. And, all the characters are flat and have almost no personality to them. What's this, James? Why put a Buzz Lightyear action figure in Avengers marketed packaging? Why market a Buzz Lightyear figure as an Avengers character? Are you serious? Oh, and here we've got a bootleg Toy Story 5 Woody. Even though Toy Story 5 doesn't exist. Yeah, I know you like it, Odd, but I never did.
I hear a beeping. I hear a buzz. It's the walkie phone. That's what it does. And if it ever makes a peep at all, then an animal that needs us is trying to call.
Swole Woody. No, I haven't really seen American Dad, though I've heard of it. I've always more been interested in Family Guy. Da 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 the Family Guy. Da 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 da. Positively can do. Da 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 da. Guinea Pig's face scares me a bit. I understand. As opposed to the original Guinea Pig, I don't know. I know MLP fan, but I'm not sure I'll be interested in it. What's James sent now? What? Rip off Teletubbies. What? They're just called funny toys. What? And Shrek is definitely ill here. He's definitely darker green than he should be. Shrek is definitely ill. Bit weird looking, I know. I don't even know the names of these characters.
With a big slice of cucumber. Let's harmonize the chomps. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
2 new ones I see.
Thanks again. Tweet, tweet, tweet.
The original Dumbo? Yeah, I've got the original 1941 Dumbo on DVD. Starring Shrek. I know, Jacob. I was... Hang on.
Tweet, 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 tweet. I'm the one who heads the biggest little team. We're full of heart, super smart, and stronger than we seem. We help the singing songbirds, and now our work is done. Wonder Pets, more wonderful as one.
Yeah, no thank you. Not really banger, but... Cube could never... I think they could. Special Man! What kind of dumbass superhero name is that? Special Man! That sounds like a parody superhero name. Oh my lord. I have no idea, Matthew. But anyway, Odd, in regards to Wonder Pets, as I was just telling everyone just now that, Odd, that For one of the Raptordogs episodes I've got planned, I have just now decided that I'll read that in a minute, MLP fan. I have just now decided that in addition to the Paw Patrol parody episode for the first episode of season 4, I have planned. I've also now decided that during season 4, I also want to do a parody episode of Wonder Pets for I also want to parody Wonder Pets for one of the Raptordogs episodes. Just take the piss out of it. Evil Superman clone in the new flick? Oh, I see. Baby Jake. Oh, yeah, Baby Jake. Yeah, I don't like that. But anyway... I know, I see what you mean. Not really, Matthew. But yes, I do want to do... But yes, Odd, I do want to parody... Do episodes of Raptordogs that parody Paw Patrol and Wonder Pets. I don't know, Odd. Maybe I will include a reference to the Odd Dragon character in your ASMR videos, but, I'll need to think about it. Though, as I said, Odd, you are gonna be in, as I said, I did want you voicing Captain Peter, the White Force pilot, in, one of the Raptordogs episodes. So you're already doing that, but, or when it eventually happens, but, yeah, maybe I'll reference Odd dies in episode 5. Spoiler, no he doesn't. I don't think Odd Dragon will even be referenced in the series for a while. Not really, Matthew. But yeah, I guess I could reference your the character of Odd Dragon and your ASMR videos in Raptordogs Odd. I already did in Redcliffe Railway Tales with that huge poster of Mr. Eric's, with that huge poster of your dragon self in, of your character in Mr. Eric's office in Redcliffe Railway Tales. But, hang on. Yeah, there it is. You handed the rights to Odd Dragon over to Luna, didn't you? I forgot. Technically, you still have the rights, though. You did make that ASMR video back in late January, early February, after all. I've heard of it, Matthew, but I haven't really seen it. Well, I guess I could, if she could sell them to me for a cheap price. But yeah, I already referenced it with this poster of you in Mr. Eric's office in Redcliffe Railway Tales. So I guess I could do an Odd Dragon ASMR reference in Raptordogs. I'll have to think about how to work that in, though. Hi, Levko. It's not like it matters too much. You're right, it doesn't. Also feels like that should have been a wanted poster for tax evasion. I see what you mean, Odd. I do see what you mean. I've never heard of it, Matthew. Oh, are James and John Murray still there? Oh, hang on, I've gone too far. I think you're right, Odd. Wanted poster for tax evasion, I know. But, you know, it's a potential new railway mascot, that poster up there.
Man.
I still don't regret referencing your videos in Redcliffe Railway Tales, Odd. I've never regretted it. It's brilliant.
Come in.
Look at that dumb smirk on him. I know. I think I screenshotted that. I'm pretty sure I screenshotted that and put it on that, when I printed that poster off, I'm pretty sure I screenshotted that from the minion cooking video you did. I'm pretty sure that's where that screenshot came from. I know it is. It would be awesome if it did, MLP fan. We need a wanted poster for the people gatekeeping the Backyardigans pilot. I agree, Jacob. We need the Me and My Friends pilot to see the light of day. Alright then, Levko, see you in a sec. Yes, he did, James. In episode 1. Everyone likes the scarf? I do. No, I don't think it's from the thumbnail of that video. Hang on, let me check. Let me check your thumbnails. Let me check the thumbnails of your videos. No, I don't think it's from the thumbnails. It's not from that or that. I think I can pinpoint the exact frame. I think I can pinpoint the exact frame I took that screenshot from.
Why, hello there, friends. Fantastic new video for you today. Today I will show you.
There. That's where I took it from. That's the frame I took it from. I just whipped out snipping tool, copied that image and pasted it onto a Word document, wrote potential new railway mascot underneath, and then printed it off and stuck it on and stuck it on the Mr. Eric's office set. There we are. It was that frame right there. But yes, if I subtly referenced your ASMR videos in Redcliffe Railway Tales, I can do it again in Raptordogs. That really is the exact moment, indeed. The resemblance is indeed exact. Too bad Otmar didn't die. Where did Odd and Victor even get the idea that Otmar would die in Redcliffe Railway Tales? Where did they even get that idea from? That's it's ridiculous how they thought he'd die. $5 and a KFC coupon? For what? For what, Odd? Referencing your ASMR videos in Raptordogs. You were cool with me referencing your videos in Redcliffe Railway Tales, and you did just now say do a parody of me in Raptordogs. Wait, you did? Well, it was just never used. But yeah, season 3, episode 4, Otmar and the Mudslide was the closest Otmar came to dying. The Marvel Heroes came into the episode? Interesting. I'm not uploading a video on Christmas Day, Summer Rose, but I am streaming on Christmas Day at 7:30. I'll be doing a running session mainly to show off my, the Intercity 225 I'll be getting for Christmas. I'm a big jerk, I know. Yeah, the closest Otmar came to dying was in season 3, episode 4, Otmar and the Mudslide. I jokingly lumped it in with all the real lines. Oh, I must not have I must not have seen it. I must not have found it. Otmar, can you hear something?
Hear what? What is that? Oh no, the dynamite!
Everyone get clear! This is the closest he came to dying. He was washed away underneath the mudslide after the explosion at the Blue Hive slate mine uncovered an underground water cave, an underground lake. For those wondering how the mudslide actually happened, the explosion that occurs here uncovers an underground lake, and that's where all this water comes from. Oh, I don't know.
What the hell? Oh no. What the hell?
I'm still very proud of how this mudslide turned out. I filmed this in slow motion, and I filmed this in slow motion, and it turned out pretty well. Reality. That brown train is so good. Did he win an Oscar for the hottest voice? I don't know. But it was a pretty good, right? It was still pretty good voice acting you did, Odd. Yeah, I loved seeing you at the premiere of this episode, Odd. You even said he dies now.
What the hell? Oh.
But yes, this is the closest Otmar came to dying. He was washed away in the mudslide, but he more or less survived. Thanks, Twilight. Welcome to the stream. And there he is. Washed up in a heap. There.
Hello, Alan. Wasn't expecting to see you again this soon.
Me neither.
Yeah, MLP fan kind of delivered that line wrong. Oh yeah, the Baltimore Bridge crash 8 months ago. I've decided I'm also probably going to do a Raptordogs episode based on that. Anyway. During production of The Railway's Last Stand. Yeah, the director of the bank, wasn't it, Odd? The directors of the bank. Joke dialogue of Jim and Joe going on a panty raid. I think I do remember that, James. But yeah, it was lovely having you in Redcliffe Railway Tales, Odd. It really was. And I can't wait for you to star in Raptordogs as Captain Peter, the White Force pilot. Well, anyway, now that Odd is here, I said to you all I was going to show you all Train of Thought's latest video in regards to everything wrong with the trains in the Polar Express. It was a very fun video. Sorry, what, Odd? Oh, you didn't? Mr. Panty Raid, indeed. Well, I did...
Hello there, everybody.
Oh, AI voice lines, but... I think I did tell you I wanted you to voice Captain Peter in the Raptordogs episodes, Odd. Captain Peter's only a guest character, though. A character who only appears once per season, though, so You'll only have to worry about voicing Captain Peter in a single episode per season, Odd. Unless, of course, you want to voice other characters in Raptordogs. But yeah, I would like you to voice, it would be fitting if you could voice Captain Peter, especially as you were the one who designed White Forest. Wait, you said you most likely wouldn't do it. I don't remember you saying that. I'm sorry, Odd. I'm afraid I don't remember you saying that. I think you said you would. I thought you said you would. Let's maybe wait and see at least. Okay, yeah, that's fair. The episode, yeah, the episode Captain Peter appears in, Season 1, Episode 6, that's not going to be made for a couple years at least anyway, so hopefully you'll have come around to the idea of voicing him by then, Odd. But yeah, that episode won't be made for at least a couple of years. Hang on a sec. Right then. Alright. Yeah, that sounds great, James. That would be hilarious if you did. Well, now that Odd's here, I wanted to show you all Train of Thought's latest video in regards to everything wrong with the trains in the Polar Express. So, and the reason I wanted to do so is to show you and Odd that regardless of the faulty train logic and the faulty logic of the film as a whole, I still really enjoy the Polar Express. Basically to show you all why the Polar Express is still one of my favourite films of all time, regardless of its faulty plot logic, regardless of its faulty storytelling logic and unrealistic train physics.
Trains have appeared in many films.
Yeah, full credit goes to Train of Thought here.
From the setting of the story to being part
of. This always happens. Right when I want to show Odd something, he disappears. It's fine, Odd. Just be quick though, if possible. If possible, just be quick. I'll leave the tab open for you. Well, I'll see you in a sec. Alright then.
Sparkle the plush pony, and welcome to my channel. In this channel, I'm gonna make some random stuffs, like ASMR, shorts, and many more. So yeah, thanks for watching, and please subscribe.
Very well then. Oh dear. I guess in the meantime, while we wait for Odd to return, we'll play British Railway again. Imagine if the know-it-all kid, we already asked that, and I already said James, that would be hilarious. I wonder when we'll see Electro. I'll start the Polar Express video anyway when Electro shows up. Yeah, I want to show you guys that video tonight to prove to you all why I still love the Polar Express despite its faulty writing and logic. Why I still love its faulty logic and unrealistic train physics. Physical X. Oh. And I feel drunk. Hey, I'm drunk. Hey, I'm drunk. Due to him being a mishmash? Nice. Welcome back, Levco. Odds had to disappear for a moment, but hopefully we'll see him again in a moment. We'll go back to playing BR in the meantime. Spyro and Cinder need to make a new plush video. But let's... that it was. But let's... Why did I even click on that video? Targeting character I focus on most is the Armor Rubber Bio Papa Pete. Makes sense, James. I know who died is Ed Asner. What film did he play Santa in? Jacob? Come on, game, load, please. Yeah, I know, Spyro. I'm wondering that too. I'm gonna start the video anyway when Electro shows up. Will you two keep the noise down? Tired and drunk. Come on, game, load. Not really, Levko. If anything, I thought it was a pretty creative design for tracks. It's not like other tracks we see. It's not like any other track design we see in other train shows. Even Redcliffe Railway Tales, even the track in Redcliffe Railway Tales, despite having no ballast, still looks like regular, normal tracks compared to the tracks in the track design in Chuggington. Shuffington. Yeah, I remember that too, James. That was a very fun stream. I really enjoyed that one. Hang on, I'm gonna ask Dom if he's still at the stream. Drunk. Feel like a zombie. Really can't wait to go to Hyde Park Winter Wonderland tomorrow. What I'm probably going to do when I arrive in London is get the Jubilee line to Green Park. To get to Hyde Park. No, the others are compared to Thomas, though. Is abandoned due to nuclear fallout. That would make sense. That does make a lot of sense, James. Like in the 50s, when steam was being phased out, they moved to a different town. 50s and 60s. That does make a lot of sense, James. Yeah, we're probably gonna... Yeah, me and my mum are probably gonna get the Jubilee line to Green Park and then walk to Hyde Park from there. You'd assume we'd get off at Hyde Park Corner, but... Or we may, or walk from Charing Cross to Leicester Square and then get the Piccadilly line along to Hyde Park Corner. Maybe we'll do that when we're going back. Yeah, I think we'll do that when we go back, actually. Get the Piccadilly line from Hyde Park Corner along to Leicester Square and then walk to Charing Cross from Leicester Square. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Or... no. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Hello, Robert. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll get the Jubilee line from London Bridge out to Green Park on the way out, and then walk to Hyde Park from Green Park. Then when we come back, we'll pick up the Piccadilly line from Hyde Park, and then go to Leicester Square from Hyde Park Corner, and then get it along to Leicester Square, and then walk to Charing Cross from there. Initially meant to appear in the first season of Chuggington, they debut in Season 2 instead. That's interesting, I never knew that. I always thought they were Season 2 characters. Why were their designs reworked? Knuckle couplers and the other thing on the rear bottom corner of his bunker. Interesting, Levko. What to drive now? Well, we'll just drive the 321s. As they also used to work on the Great Eastern Main Line alongside the Class 90s and Class 86s. No, this year felt extra quick to me. No chance of that tomorrow, Levko. I'm just gonna go to Hyde Park tomorrow. Well, I guess we'll do Millbridge to, Avonhill semi-fast. It has indeed, John Murray. Shit, speeding. Magic School, I see. Big Mickey working in Coal Harbor, future of Jack the Grappler, I see. Feels long, why is that? What's that, Levko? Semi-fast to Avonhill. Yep, that should be fine.
The train now standing at platform 1 is the 2103 regional service to Avonhill, calling at Elmtree House, Fortis Green, Leeton, Belmont Green, Fleetwood, Thornfield, and Avonhill. This train is formed of 8 coaches.
Lesser Anglia. Oh, Charcoal's online. Let's see if we can get him to come. Oh yes, Mr. Pringle. Yeah, that. Mr. Pringle, Mr. Pringle, Mr. Pringle, Mr. Pringle, Mr. Pringle, Mr. Pringle, Mr. I still find that hilarious. Mr. Pringle, 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 Mr. Dingus. Why did I say that? Right, let's go. Break off. Full throttle. Oh, and Charcoal's just gone offline. Oh well, I'll wait for him to come back.
Welcome on board this regional service to Avonhill, calling at Elm Tree House, Fortis Green, Leeton, Belmont Green, Fleetwood, Thornfield.
That would be an amazing video, John Murray. Honestly, it would. What's this, Martin?
Right, I'm gonna fucking phone this now.
I've seen this, Martin. Mile an hour.
We will shortly
Break
be
on.
arriving at Elm Tree House.
Yeah, it's not often I stop at Elm Tree House when I play this game. Mr. Crisp Tube. Yeah, the first time I heard of, when I was a kid, the first time I've heard of the Pringles crisps, the first thing I thought of was Mr. Pringle, the very first time I ever heard of the Pringles crisps when I was a kid. And people have joked about that.
Gromit, the bed sheets are wet again. You fucking just on them, you little shit. I'll chop your balls off tomorrow, Gromit.
Fucking hell. And I've overshot the platform because I braked too lightly.
Elm Tree House. This is a regional service to Avonhill.
This is a regional service to your mum's anus. I had to, I'm sorry. This is a regional service to your mum. Your mum! Do 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 do. I'm sorry. Pez dispenser. Eat out of date Pez on camera. Oh man. 10 people, okay. Break off. On to Fortis Green. How are we doing for views? What's this?
I like seeing Gromit masturbate.
Welcome
I
on
see
board
it all
this
the
regional
time in the
service to
toilet. I
Avonhead.
see Gromit run his sexy meat curtains on a juice-covered pillow. I see him push his hand right into his sticky cherry pie. I see him push 10 crackers in his what love tunnels. Sometimes I join him in pushing my back up against the Ferris pillow.
What the fuck?
Moaning when he moves, coming when he comes, screaming Tuffington when he does.
I know,
Maybe
James.
Tuffington walked in as I screamed her
Glad you
name the
think
other
so.
day. She stared at me. My wet pillow and cock was still dripping ink onto my lap, still alright. She stood silent for 30 seconds before looking deep in my eyes and saying, "Where's nice cock?"
Fucking hell. Oh shit, no, 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 break! Hopefully, I'll see him in a moment. Martin? Quick emergency brake! What's this?
This is Fortis Green.
Right.
Please mind the gap
What are
between
you
the
doing
train
on
and the
Pornhub?
platform
You
edge.
are a disgusting son of a
This
bitch.
is a regional
Now
service
suck
to
my dick,
Avonhead.
Gromit.
Hypocrite. What's this? Ugh. Yeah, no. Hold on. Break off. Throttle open.
Welcome on board this regional service to Avonhill, calling at Leeton.
Yeah, will be the final Bod the Builder VHS review I do, but I don't know. There's a regional service ahead of me, stopping at Henley Park. I'll have to wait for it. The ambulance was stolen and we think the Brixton's plan is to fuck up the town. Mittens and Pants? Never heard of it. Oi, break on! Eee! Damn it. And it cleared. Eat banana peel. Nah, I'd rather eat your ass. I'm sorry, I had to. I had to. It's 1142. Eat my ass. Nick blew a big load in Laura's mouth. Oh. Break on! Oh good, it turned green. Well, you are, of course, Twilight. Thought that was obvious. Break on.
This is a regional service to Avonhill. Welcome on board this regional service to Avonhill, calling at Belmont Green, Fleetwood, Thornfield, and Avonhill. The next station is Belmont Green.
Oh shit! Why is this server so busy?
Regional service to Fleetwood.
Now we got a stupid intercity service we gotta wait for.
Rotan and Fleetwood. This train is formed of 4 coaches.
Probably not speeding. Well, I don't know. BVM, hold on. No, it didn't. There's nothing low quality about it. It was charming. Why is this server so busy? And the girls are on near span. Yeah, it was. I used the break though. Yellow, great, double yellow. less Anglia, I know. Oh, Dom, I meant to ask, are you excited for when the Class 86 comes into this game? Because I am. I can't wait to drive the Class 86 on here. And do you think they're going to add the Mark II coaches as well? Because that's what I'm hoping. I'm going to put you down. Shit.
We will shortly be arriving at Belmont Green.
Break on. Prone. Key. Letter limits on these things? Same. I don't even understand why it's a thing. 321s don't have very good brakes in this game. Every single DVD's to put up. So yeah, Dom, are you excited for the introduction of the Class 86s in this game? Because I am. I always thought they were freight. Never really gone that far up the UK before. Well, they're freight now, but when they were first built, they were the premier electric intercity locomotives of the West Coast Main Line. Then they were transferred to the Great Eastern Main Line and then taken out of service entirely. And then similar to the Class 86s, the Class 90s and Mark IIIs were also transferred to the Great Eastern Main Line when the Pendolinos came into service.
Fleetwood.
Well, yeah, I do agree with that, James. Same person, same love code. Shit, speeding.
We will shortly be arriving at.
I am reasonably familiar with use of Milton Keynes. There's not actually much up there if you're travelling. If you're there actually. What, Milton Keynes? Well, there is that indoor skydiving place in Milton Keynes that I've really wanted to go to, but I've never gotten around to it. But yeah, I'd love to go to that indoor skydiving place in Milton Keynes. What was his name? Right then. Next stop, Thornfield. No, Leighton Buzzard. So you fucking Grinch boxes. I'm a Grinch box. Why did I say that? No problem, James. Oh, God. Funny that you just ate the thing.
This is Thornfield. This is a regional service to Avonhill.
Here.
Welcome on board this regional service to Avonhill. The next station is Avonhill, where this train terminates. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings with you when leaving the train.
One free. What, Dom? What is it? Well, that would be a little bit terrifying, Jacob. Yeah, childline. So, yeah, I would too, Dom. 170 views, lovely. Oh my God! Adult gag book. Oh my God, James. What? So funny. Oh my Lord. I know, Dom, I know. Jesus. What the fuck?
Please ensure you take all your personal belongings.
You see what the
when
tweet is?
leaving
Oh,
the
I
train.
see.
Change here for
From a
tram and bus services to other destinations.
Jacob holding a knife
Please
in the
mind
intro.
gap between the train and the platform edge.
Oh, hi, Odd. Only a couple minutes. Right, I'll just stop this train on the platform and then I'll show you the video I wanted to show. That book for their 5th birthday! Oh my Lord, James. Talk about edgy. If you don't know the context, Odd, James just showed us some really, really funny adult parody book. Break on. Yeah, I've never really understood that either, Levco. Lost media for a long time. Right then, right, I'll just quickly show Odd the context of why I was laughing, and then we'll show the video. The great masturbator. I am a masturbator myself. We all are, Odd. We all are. Anyway, now for the video I wanted to show Odd and everyone else to prove to everyone that the Polar Express, baited to many masters. To show everyone that the Polar Express, regardless of its faulty logic and unrealistic train physics, I still love the film. It's still one of my favourite films.
Trains of a
Martin's review in that episode. Oh, what episode, Jacob? Oh, hang on, what's this? Oh, Jesus. Anyway, let's watch this now.
Trains have appeared in many films throughout the years, as everything.
Actually, I'm not going to have full screen because Train of Thought had copyright problems with Warner Brothers with this video, and I don't want the same thing here.
Throughout the years, as everything from the setting of the story to being part of a greater action set piece.
It's my favourite too, Electro. Welcome. We've been wondering where you are. This video is everything wrong with the trains and the Polar Express. I want to show everyone
Trains have appeared in
that
many films throughout the years, as everything from the setting of the story to being part of a greater action set piece. As cool as these scenes are, not all of these engines are true to real life, and that gets on my nerves.
So there's
today,
Ivor.
We're going to take a look at everything wrong with the trains in...
Yeah, this is a... Yeah, I just want to show everyone... Yeah, Electra, I just want to show everyone that despite the faulty writing logic, the faulty logic of the film, and the polar... the train physics, the unrealistic train physics, I still love the film despite all these problems.
Let's first look at the context. Sometime in the late 1950s, Child Tom Hanks, or some kind of alien entity that has taken the form of Child Tom Hanks, is struggling to go to sleep on Christmas Eve. He's starting to have doubts that Santa really exists, and the existential terror that something he's believed in his whole life isn't real is keeping him awake. Just as he's dozing off, he's rudely awakened by a literal express train pulling up outside his house. Upon investigation, Tom Hanks steps off and informs him that this train is bound for the North Pole, and that Child Tom Hanks should probably get on board if he wants to keep his Christmas spirit. Child Tom Hanks hesitantly probably get on him that this train is bound for the North Pole, and that Child Tom Hanks should probably get on board if he wants to keep his Christmas spirit. Child Tom Hanks hesitantly hops on and the train sets off. While finding his seat, we meet unnamed female protagonist who mostly
Electro.
Find spirit. Child Tom Hanks hesitantly hops on and the train sets off.
The lack of realism in Polar Express, in my opinion, only adds to the charm of the film. I don't know why. I don't know why I feel that way, it just does.
The train is bound for the North Pole, and that Child Tom Hanks should probably get on board if he wants to keep his Christmas spirit. Child Tom Hanks hesitantly hops on and the train sets off. While finding his seat, we meet a female protagonist who mostly...
Well, we'll keep watching this anyway, as I did say that I'd show this to Electro when he got here anyway.
People and...
Hey!
Oh, it's the know-it-all kid.
Mostly just stares at people and...
Hey!
I might show this to Odd next week if I might show this to Odd next week if we don't have any copyright problems now.
Hesitantly hops on and the train sets off. While finding his seat, we meet unnamed female protagonist who mostly just stares at people and...
Hey!
The train stops for another kid who looks like he got a little greedy when adjusting his x-axis, and we watch him figure out
Electro.
seat, we meet unnamed...
But whenever the fact someone tries to bring up the fact it's a quote-unquote magic train, you'll see that his thoughts on that theory in a moment, Electro.
Mostly just stares at people and...
Hey!
The train stops for another kid who looks like he got a little greedy when adjusting his x-axis, and we watch him figure out how to run in real time as the train pulls away. Some emergency brake pulling later, the express is underway, and the kids get served some hot chocolate.
Diarrhea. Yeah, run him over, why not?
Stare Girl takes some to the wide kid but leaves her ticket on her seat, and rather than wait for her to get back, Child Tom Hanks grabs it and tries to give it to her, losing it in the process. Some shenanigans later, the ticket ends up back on the express just as Stare Girl is getting dragged away by the conductor. Boy finds it once
Electro.
again and tries to take
and as we'll see in a moment, he gets all his train facts wrong.
Some shenanigans later, the ticket ends up back on the express just as Stare Girl is getting dragged away by the conductor. Boy finds it once again and tries to take it to her, this time keeping it safe, climbing onto the roof for some reason.
I know, Dom.
This time keeping
he
it
is
safe,
annoying but
climbing
charming.
onto the roof for some reason to follow them. He meets the Hanks of Christmas Past who makes the kid drink salt water while
who makes him drink salt water.
The Hanks of Christmas Dave. Climbing onto the roof for some reason to follow them, he meets the Hanks of Christmas Past who makes the kid drink sock water while further worsening his existential dread.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
The hobo helps Child Tom Hanks to the front of the train where he meets Stare Girl once again. Some piddling about with brakes, reindeer and tracks laid so questionably that it makes the Penn Central look...
Did anyone notice? Well, not until GWR Studios pointed it out, but it's not meant to have any, the flux capacitor isn't meant to have any relevance to the plot. It's just a little Easter egg that Robert Zemeckis wanted in the film as he directed the Back to the Future films as well as this.
Piddling about with brakes, reindeer and tracks laid so questionably that it makes the Penn Central look like an engineering marvel by comparison.
Or Penn Central, one of the worst railroads around, railroad companies around.
Reindeer and tracks laid so questionably that it makes the Penn Central look like an engineering marvel by comparison later, the express skids across a frozen lake. Now, everyone who knows anything about trains, and even the ones who don't, know that the physics in this scene are nonsense at best. But yes. I have a theory on how they could steer a locomotive on solid ice. But we'll get onto that later.
Okay, so this theory he mentions is actually pretty interesting. Well, oh, and there's the conductor.
I can't believe you got my ticket.
Hello. Japanese.
Once they're back on track, they bend around a mountain, and Hanks of Christmas Past uses some toys to harass Child Tom Hanks. Boy eventually meets up with Stare Girl and have a little sing-song with the wide kid just as they reach the North Pole. The rest of the kids give us a musical number as the express pulls into town, and Conductor Hanks is overjoyed they made it on time. Can I also say I'm a massive fan of this visual gag where a character who wears a hat has some hair on their head but is completely bald where the hat sits? Just a solid visual punchline.
That is
It was
funny.
5 minutes till midnight 4 minutes ago.
Exactly. And then he slaps it and he turns into Yoda. Low poly, low Yoda. When the know-it-all points out, it's a true fact that the poles take the most time to rotate on that the poles take the most time to rotate on the axis. That makes sense.
Hey, what gives? It was 5 minutes till midnight 4 minutes ago.
Neon's not here yet.
Arriving among a sea of elves, the train comes to a stop and the kids depart to go and meet Santa, with Wide Kid deciding to stay on the train. In fairness, I'd be hesitant to get off too if I had a first-class carriage all to myself.
Didn't notice that was more or less a first-class coach, the observation coach.
In fairness, I'd be hesitant to get off too if I had a first-class carriage all to myself.
Yeah, those seats do look pretty nice now that I think about it. That more or less is a first-class coach.
Tom Hanks and Stairgirl try to persuade him to come with them, but the carriage ends up rolling down a hill and the trio are left to explore the now empty North Pole on their own. Also, this is the movie's halfway point.
Nonsense at best. What would be worst? Thought it was a break coach. No. Well, in the UK, if the Polar Express was a British train, then yes, it would be a brake coach at the back. But most American trains had observation coaches at the back, not brake coaches, with little decks at the rear of the train that passengers could stand on and look out at the view around them. They all... And I honestly don't think trains even needed... And honestly, I don't think trains needed brake coaches anymore once vacuum brake technology was introduced.
If I had a first-class carriage all to myself, child Tom Hanks...
What would it be at worst?
With wide kid deciding to stay on the train. In fairness, I'd
Total
be hesitant to
batshit
get
at
off.
worst,
Wide
I'd
kid
say.
Deciding to stay on the train. In fairness, I'd be hesitant to get
A little
off
bit,
too if I had a
Jacob.
first-class carriage all to myself. Child Tom Hanks and Stairgirl try to persuade him to come with them, but the carriage ends up rolling down a hill and the trio are left to explore the now empty North Pole on their own. Also, this is the movie's halfway point. You'd think that a film called The Polar Express would sort of wrap up.
Booish that it had emergency brake,
That a film
indeed.
called The Polar Express would sort of wrap up once the train completed its journey, but
Not really.
I guess not. After about 15 minutes of walking around what feels
We
like
need the reason the part where they explore where the carriage rolls away from the rest of the train, and the part where the observation coach rolls away from the rest of the train and they explore the North Pole. That part, it was in the film because it's not for padding. It's because it's integral to Billy's character arc. It's a key part of Billy's character arc. So at this point, the hero girl's character arc is already complete, but Billy is still yet to have his. So the main characters seem to have their character arcs separate from each other.
on their own. Also, this is the
Oh,
movie's
nice
halfway
Twilight.
point. You'd think that a film called The Polar Express would sort of wrap up once the train completed its journey, but I guess not. After about 15 minutes of walking around what feels like an empty Gmod server, watching elves stalk a child and landing in Santa's sack, the kids eventually end up back with everyone else. Child Tom Hanks, despite riding on a magical train, literally walking around the North Pole and now surrounded by elves, still somehow doubts Santa exists, and so we have a little I believe moment before finally meeting the big guy himself.
There he
Claus
is.
gives the first gift of Christmas to Child
Hanks
Tom,
a
meeting the big guy himself. Hanks Claus gives
Hanks
the
a
first gift
Claus.
of Christmas to Child Tom Hanks and flies around for a bit, sparking more existential dread in some of the other kids.
Will this be nothing but a dream?
Existential threat.
No. Just like
No.
in Gmod, Santa messes around for a bit before
Pumpkin
accidentally
World.
undoing the sled and disappearing. With that,
Undo
Christmas is over and everyone gets a life lesson punched into their ticket. Turns out Child Tom Hanks put the sleigh bell he was given in a ripped pocket and lost it, so he goes home still somehow doubtful about Christmas. The next day he finds the bell under the tree and his Christmas spirit / belief in Santa
Elves
or
stalk a
whatever-
child. Now they are just being mean. They are.
It had lost it, so he goes home still somehow doubtful about Christmas. The next day he finds the bell under the tree and his Christmas spirit / belief in Santa or whatever his character arc was is restored.
That's his
Overall,
character
nothing
arc.
special, but still has enough fun and whimsy to make it a nice Christmas movie.
Nah, I think this film is very, very special. I still think The Polar Express... I completely agree with Electro. This is my favourite Christmas film of all time as well. And I'm not just saying this because of family / nostalgia bias. I'm not just saying this because of that. I genuinely believe The Polar Express is an unrecognised it is a masterpiece, but nobody recognizes it as that, which I think is unjust. I'll show you guys the comment I wrote on this video after we've watched this.
Ethan Santa, or whatever his character arc was, is restored. Overall, nothing special, but still has
$400,000. Yeah, that makes sense. He did play 5 parts and was also executive producer on this film. And Tom Hanks also, bought the rights to the film in the first place. And nobody will just shut up and suspend their disbeliefs. Well, I will, Electro.
Overall,
They do get some things about the Polar Express right and how trains actually work right, but not everything.
/belief in Santa, or whatever his character arc was, is restored. Overall,
$40 million. Oh, again, that's even more deserved considering how he was executive producer, played 5 different characters, and bought the rights to the film in the first place. He worked extremely hard on this film. Tom Hanks worked extremely hard on this film. He was basically the man behind it all. He and Robert Zemeckis were the men behind it, so yeah, Tom Hanks does deserve it.
/belief in
Tom Hanks we're talking about, Dom.
Santa, or whatever his character arc was, is restored. Overall, nothing special, but still has enough fun and whimsy to make it a nice Christmas movie. Tom Hanks does a lot of the heavy lifting in this film. Despite playing multiple people, he still manages to give each character their own personality and charm. I can't lie though, the film definitely feels padded out in a lot of places.
I disagree.
The second half feels like they finished writing the script, then realised they needed to fill out another 20 minutes. Not to say I hate it. In fact, the movie is quite comfy, and the North Pole, despite being an industrial landscape, has a pretty cozy vibe to it. I think the best way to sum it up is it feels like a nice movie to have on in the background. But that's enough film reviewing. We're here to look at...
Yeah, the trains. The actual train physics now.
Given that this was an animated movie, it would have been easy enough to just make up an engine to...
I thought it was live action for the longest time too, but it's more or less in between now. With motion capture.
Given that this was an animated movie, it would have been easy enough to just make up an
Still there, Electro?
Polar Express. But instead, production decided to go the whole hog and digitally recreated a real locomotive. This being Père Marquette number 1225. The story of how 1225 ended up in the film is quite an interesting one. After being withdrawn from service, the engine was donated to Michigan State University in 1957 as something for engineering students to study. It was put on display outside Spartan Stadium until 1970, when the Michigan State University Railroad Club decided to try and restore it.
Yeah, Père Marquette 1225. It's a lovely American engine.
It wasn't easy, but by 1985, 1225 was working again and has since enjoyed an easy life in preservation. That same year, author Chris Van Allsburg published his book The Polar Express, which he had both written and illustrated himself. Having played on 1225 as a child while it was on display, Allsburg decided to base his drawing of the Polar Express on the engine. Years later, in 2002, Warner Bros. Acquired the rights to make a film adaptation of the Polar Express, and production was looking for a locomotive they could use in the film. Of all the engines they could have chosen, they ended up going with 1225 as someone luckily managed to keep hold of the engine's original blueprints. Whether or not they knew it was the engine that inspired the original book, I'm unsure. It's possible production chose the engine because it naturally resembled the engine in the book, but it's also believed that the engine's number played a part in being chosen too, as 1225 is Christmas Day, in countries that write the date incorrectly. The reason I don't fully believe 1225 was picked intentionally was because Allsburg himself was surprised.
Why is it whenever we watch, it's whenever I miss something. It's whenever, I do it whenever I talk over or miss something, Percy Engine, that's why I do it.
Played a part in being chosen too, as 1225 is Christmas Day, in countries that write the date incorrectly. The reason I don't fully believe 1225 was picked intentionally was because Ellsberg himself was surprised to see the engine on screen when the film was released. What you might not have known is that the railway influences on the Polar Express aren't just limited to 1225. The carriages that make up the Express are based on the heavyweight steel cars built by Pullman in the 1930s, while
That's what I said earlier in the stream. These coaches are based on 1930s Pullman cars.
Express aren't just limited to 1225. The carriages that make up the Express are based on the heavyweight steel cars built by Pullman in the 1930s, while the clock tower, factory buildings, and general architecture of the North Pole are all based on the Pullman plant in Chicago. You can honestly tell a lot of care went into modelling and animating the engine in this film. So much so that sound recordists captured audio of 1225 working so the Polar Express could sound as close to the real thing as possible. But we're not here to praise this film. We're here to grab its weirdly malformed face and go over what's wrong with it.
Ah, the scenes. How accurate are they?
Starting off strong as the train isn't even on screen for the first error. As the Express approaches Hero Boy's house, yes, his name in the credits is just Hero Boy, he watches several carriages go by. Yet, as he walks outside, the train has stopped so that the first carriage is right in front of his house, meaning somewhere between him getting out of bed and opening the front door, the train reversed. The amount of steam that's surrounding the train is also a bit strange. The way it rolls out from under the carriages implies that they're the ones letting off steam. Sure, carriages would have had steam heating around this time period, but to be leaking steam like that means Santa really isn't taking care of his rolling stock. Also, if you want to be extra picky, 1225 and the other N1s were primarily used for pulling freight, not passengers. So really, it's not the best engine to pick to pull an express. A nice detail I will give them credit for is how the train doesn't just move as one unit, but rather each carriage only starts moving when the one ahead of it pulls on its coupling, giving the carriages that slight jerky start many old trains had. I won't make any comment on the carriage interiors because as much as I could say this or that is wrong...
Did this just become a Cinema Sins knockoff? No, not really. No, not really, Electro. What this guy's mainly pointing out is the inaccuracies with the train and its physics. Not the film as a whole, just the train.
Watches several carriages go by. Yet, as he walks outside, the train has stopped so that the first carriage is right in front of his house, meaning somewhere between him getting out of bed and opening the front door, the train reversed. The amount of steam that's surrounding the train is also a bit strange. The way it rolls out from under the carriages implies that they're the ones letting off steam. Sure, carriages would have had steam heating around this time period, but to be leaking steam like that means Santa really isn't taking care of his rolling stock. Also, if you want to be extra picky, 1225 and the other N1s were primarily used for pulling freight, not passengers. So really, it's not the best engine to pick.
I know, James.
A nice detail I will give them credit for is how the train doesn't just move as one unit, but rather each carriage only starts moving when the one ahead of it pulls on its coupling, giving the carriages that slight jerky start many old trains had. I won't make any comments on the carriage interior.
It's still a bit of an interpretation of the inaccuracy counter. Well, yeah, but so what if it is? So what if it is an interpretation? I still like it.
Giving the carriages that slight jerky start many old trains had.
But unlike Cinema Sins Electro, this guy's also pointing out the positive things he noticed from the from this film, the things that are accurate to real life trains. So unlike Cinema Sins, who's just negative all the time, this guy's pointing out the positive things with the accuracy of the Polar Express.
Pulls on its coupling, giving the carriages that slight jerky start many old trains had. I won't make any comment on the carriage interiors because as much as I could say this or that is wrong, carriages, historically speaking, are usually heavily customised by and for the railroads they run on, so it'd be a bit of a wasted effort to nitpick what would and wouldn't be there. The next error we get is...
Oh yeah, the know-it-all kid. This is where the know-it-all kid... This is where the know-it-all kid gets all his facts wrong about the real Polar Express locomotive that 1225 is.
Yeah, you.
Do you know what kind of train this is?
Boy, I'm gonna start calling this kid X from the amount of misinformation he's spreading.
Yes, I agree. Hilarious. Good things for each other. Indeed.
So in the script, no.
Next, he will be saying that the number of coaches will spontaneously change over the course of the film. He does indeed say that. Even the very first time I watched this film when I was 3 years old, I couldn't help but be a little bit. Even when I was 3, I couldn't help but find that weird how the number of coaches changed. But again, it adds to the charm.
The next error we get is.
Hey you, yeah you. Do you know what
Exactly,
kind of train
that's
this is?
Boy, I'm gonna start calling this kid X from the amount of misinformation he's spreading. So in the script, Know-It-All Kid says that the locomotive pulling the train is a Baldwin 284 S3 class Berkshire-type steam locomotive built in 1931 at the Baldwin Locomotive Works. It has 69-inch driving wheels, 26-inch cylinder bore, and 34-inch stroke. The engine weighs 456,100 pounds and has a tractive effort of 83,450 pounds. Let's go over that point by point. First of all, the engine was built by the Lima Locomotive
GWR Studios video is better. No, I disagree. I like this one just as much, Stan. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I do like this video. Did you see this video this morning, Stan?
Cylinder bore and 34-inch stroke.
Well, I have.
The engine weighs 456,100 pounds and has a tractive effort of 83,450 pounds. Let's go over that point by point. First of all, the engine was built by the Lima Locomotive Works, not Baldwin. It does have a 284-wheel arrangement, known as a Berkshire layout, so he's right there. While Baldwin
and Stan's just left again.
By the Lima Locomotive Works, not Baldwin.
Still there, Electro?
It does have a 284-wheel arrangement, known as a Berkshire layout, so he's right there. While Baldwin did build Berkshire engines, none were ever classified as S3s.
Yes, but some of the Berkshires Lima built were S3s. So, you just gotta love how the know-it-all kid thinks he knows everything, but gets all his quote-unquote facts jumbled up with other facts.
1225, the engine pulling the train.
That was probably
is an
intentional.
N1 class engine.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's an N1, not an S3.
None were ever classified as S3s. 1225, the engine pulling the train, is an N1 class engine. He also claims the engine was built in 1931, when in reality the N1s were built in 1941. He does get the wheel and cylinder size and stroke correct, but the engine is slightly lighter and not quite as powerful as he claims it is. Now, it is possible that he has got his wires a little crossed, as Lima did produce the S3 class engines for the Nickel Plate Road in 1944. The S3s also being Berkshires with similar proportions, but frankly, he's annoying. And you know what we say to annoying characters? When Hero Boy pulls the emergency brake to let the wide kid get on, we see that the locomotive's wheels immediately grind to a halt. Even with the brakes hard on, the wheels on a steam locomotive generally tend to keep turning if its throttle is open and it's already in motion, just with a significant amount of resistance. To immediately stop like this means the Polar Express has some damn good brake blocks on it. Also, the pilot wheels at the front too have brakes. As far as I'm aware, the N1s didn't have brakes on their pilot wheels, so I guess that's another inaccuracy. Either that or the Polar Express just has more brakes in it than the Berlin Wall. While crossing between the carriages, there's just this big, unprotected gap between them. Gangway connectors had been around for decades at this point. In fact, it was Pullman that popularised them in the US, so why these Pullman-style carriages don't have gangway connectors just baffles me.
Same here. Alright then, Dom, thanks for coming. We'll see you next week. Yeah, it baffles me too. But I think the only reason these coaches didn't have the gangway connectors in the film was so that the hero boy could lose the ticket, so the ticket could fly out the window, because that wouldn't be possible if there were gangway connectors.
So why these Pullman-style carriages don't have? Fact, it was.
So yeah, the fact that they don't have these gangways was the reason they were omitted was simply for plot convenience.
Pullman that popularised them in the US, so why these Pullman-style carriages don't have gangway connectors just baffles me. In this shot of the woods, as we watch the train pass, suddenly the express, which at the beginning of the film...
Oh, this is what Electro said just now. 4 times as many coaches.
In this shot of the woods, as we watch the train pass, suddenly the express, which at the beginning of the film clearly had 5 carriages, now suddenly has, count them with me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19! Where the extra 14 came from is a mystery. Just as mysterious is where they all go to later, as next time we see the train there are only 5 carriages again. Also, when the ticket makes its way back onto the train, it flutters into the second carriage from the engine.
In my eyes, it canonically only had 5.
Just as mysterious is where they all go to later, as next time we see the train there are only 5 carriages again. Also, when the ticket makes its way back onto the train, it flutters into the second carriage from the engine, not the 4th where all the kids are. Yet, all the kids seem to be in the second carriage anyway. And yes, I watched the scene in slow motion to double check. For some reason, the conductor decides the best way to get Stairgirl to the front of the train is to just walk along the roof of a moving train in heavy snow. I want to think of a way I can justify this, but I got nothing. Especially seeing how later on they show them all getting into the front carriage from the engine without climbing on the roof.
Yeah,
Speaking of the roof, when we first see the Polar Express, there's no snow on its roof at all. But here, it's pretty much white over. Even if it's snowing heavily, the speed of the train combined with the fact the carriages are heated means there shouldn't be any snow at all sticking to the roof.
Oh God!
Express, there's no snow on its roof at all, but here it's pretty much white over. Even if it's snowing heavily, the speed of the train combined with the fact the carriages are heated means there shouldn't be any snow at all sticking to the roof. At the skiing part, the train starts climbing an absurdly steep grade. For those who don't know, only a tiny part of an engine's wheel touches the rail at any given time. This lack of surface area is what allows trains to go so fast, but also means they don't have much grip. Don't get me wrong, engines have tackled some impressive hills in their time, but a nearly 60-degree angle on regular rails while pulling a load? Let's just say the sanding gear would need to be dumping super glue onto the tracks to make it.
Yeah, in real life, the I think a train would need rack rails in the middle and a rack and pinion system to climb a hill that steep, which there obviously isn't here.
Let's just say the sanding gear would need to be dumping super glue onto the tracks to make it even a quarter of the way up.
But train of thought, have you considered that it's a magical train? So surely it could climb the hill easily.
I don't care! If I brushed over every nonsense detail in this film and said that it's okay because it's a magic train, that'd defeat the whole purpose of this video, wouldn't it? Plus, why did they make it climb such a steep gradient here when they dug a tunnel on the other side of the hill? Surely it'd be better to dig another tunnel instead of climbing the grade. Going downhill, the engine picks up a hell of a lot of speed. Most people would be worried about...
Don't think I didn't catch that shot of Invader Zim and I'm onto you. Wait, that was from Invader Zim? I wouldn't have known.
Wouldn't it? Plus, why did they make it climb such a steep gradient here when they dug a...
But yes, in real life, if a train wanted to climb a hill that steep, it would need a rack and pinion system. Not scientifically possible. Not really.
Wouldn't it?
I see.
Plus, why did they make it climb such a steep gradient here when they dug a tunnel on the
other side? But yes, that's train of thoughts on the theory that it's just a magic train.
Plus, why did they make it climb such a steep gradient here when they dug a tunnel on the other side of the hill? Surely it'd be better to dig another tunnel instead of climbing the grade. Going downhill, the engine picks up a hell of a...
The only reason there's such a steep hill is so we could have the skiing scene.
Another tunnel instead of climbing the grade. Going downhill, the engine picks up a hell of a lot of speed. Most people would be worried
Professor
about
Membrane's best scene.
Well,
I wouldn't know, Electra. I've never really seen Invader Zim.
The tunnel
like the corridors on this train.
Going downhill, the engine picks up a hell of a lot of speed. Most people would be worried about staying on the rails or losing control of the engine going at speeds like that. But my concern would be how badly your ears would pop going through such a tight tunnel at such a high speed. Don't know what kind of coal Santa supplies his engines with, but it generally isn't very comfortable to jump into. And if you got buried in it, you'd probably come out filthy and with a bad case of black lung too.
Black lung? Oh god. December when it was on shown on TV? Cool.
All Santa supplies his engines with, but it generally isn't very comfortable to jump into. And if you got buried in it, you'd probably come out filthy and with a bad case of black lung too. These gauges in the cab are at 0 and the boiler pressure looks to be at about 80 psi, which to me doesn't quite seem right for an engine travelling at such high speeds. Must be those leaking pipes.
Indeed.
The driver and fireman messing with the light on the front of the engine, while not technically an inaccuracy as some engine crews have had to check and maintain parts of the locomotive while it was in motion, do still get a ding for their shoddy handling of the job.
Coal washing plants. So would coal need to be cleaned to remove excess dust? So would coal need to be cleaned to remove excess dust and improve efficiency, Electro, and also reduce the risk of sparks being emitted from the locomotives? And hot chocolate. Imagine what it would be like to carry hot chocolate across the gap. I know! When they do it earlier.
Shoddy handling of the job.
If you were to jump into coal, you become a racist stereotype. Oh god, James, you've been hilarious tonight.
I don't know about you, but regardless of the results, I feel like that qualifies as some kind of employee harassment.
Yeah, I never thought about that point.
Also, Conductor Hanks pulls on the fireman's beard 2 short times and 1 long time, the standard signal used when approaching a crossing. Just a fun little bit of trivia while you're watching these 4 torture this guy. With the deer all clear, the train sets off again, and we might as well take this moment while we're close.
The most logical solution.
All clear, the train sets off again, and we might as well take this moment while we're close up to the engine to cover everything that's wrong with it. Firstly is the whistle. Not only is it mounted in the wrong place, but it changes too. In the beginning of the film, the sound it makes is that of 1225's whistle. But later on, the whistle sound is replaced with that of Sierra number 3, the engine that explodes at the end of Back to the Future.
Honestly, even though it's not the correct whistle, I think Sierra Railroad number 3 does the whistle that Sierra... I think the whistle that Sierra Railroad number 3 has, does fit the Polar Express more. I feel that Sierra number 3's whistle does fit the Polar Express more. Oh, that's nice, Rob.
The engine that explodes at the end of Back to the Future.
Alright then, Twilight.
The lamp is mounted inside the smoke box instead of outside. It's missing its feed water heater, number boards, builder's plate and front coupler, and the cowcatcher is slightly bigger too. The fireman also has to shovel coal into the engine, which is quite cruel when you consider the N1s had mechanical stokers to help keep up with the demand of the boiler. These things burnt 1 ton of coal for every 12 miles traveled.
1 ton every 12 miles? Wow. This fireman is indeed going to need to work hard, but he does seem to be a very, very hard worker in the film anyway, from what's seen.
Which is quite cruel when you consider the N1s had mechanical stokers to help keep up with the demand of the boiler. These things burnt 1 ton of coal for every 12 miles travelled, so this chap really has his work cut out for him. I'm telling you, the sooner he gets signed up with a fireman's union, the better. For some reason, the driver pushes the throttle forwards when he should be pulling it backwards to start the engine, and as it sets off, the wheels turn out of sync with its chuffs. Listen. Gotta give a ding for this poor driving technique too. When the throttle jams, the driver just yanks at it instead of trying to work it gently. Real yank-happy crew we have here.
They
That's
are.
how you break stuff. Steam engines are sensitive machines, you know.
Bye, Twilight.
Yes, that's how you break stuff. Steam engines are sensitive machines, you know. And yes, I am aware there is a flux capacitor in the engine's cab. Robert Zemeckis, who directed this film, also did Back to the Future. It's an Easter egg, no further comment. Also, why are these 3 just standing on the front of the engine? They had plenty of time to get back into the cab, yet they chose to stand there, exposed to the freezing cold? What? And here we arrive at the roller coaster scene.
The roller coaster scene.
What?
1 ton for every 12 miles. Environmental hazards, what are those? True, Electro. But yes, American locomotives are enormous beasts, Electro. They do burn way more coal than European engines do. They do, yeah, American locomotives do burn a lot more coal and oil in the case of oil burning steam locomotives. American locomotives do burn a lot more fuel than British and mainland European ones do.
Here we arrive at the
and Irish ones, of course.
Exposed to the freezing cold. What? And here
See you
we
on Christmas
arrive
Day,
at the roller
Twilight.
coaster scene. Don't ask me why, but for some reason when Hollywood sees trains, a producer just immediately imagines a roller coaster. Massive climbs, extreme drops, and ludicrous speed. Oh, and an incorrectly labelled sign.
Yes.
We've already been over how the train shouldn't be able to climb such a steep grade.
179-degree grades. That would be like the train would pretty much be almost upside down if it was 179 degrees. That sign should say 89-degree grades.
Drops and ludicrous speed. Oh, and an incorrectly labelled sign. We've already been over how the train shouldn't be able to climb.
I know, Percy and Levko. I said that. That would be pretty ridiculous.
Steep gradients in the first place, but going down it has some interesting implications too. Firstly, this apex is too sharp. The engine and carriages would just bottom out going over it. Secondly, while going downhill, the water in the boiler would all rush to the front of the engine, leaving the firebox crown sheet exposed.
Yes, this has been mentioned in Polar Express videos in the past.
If the crown sheet doesn't have enough water on it to disperse the heat of the engine's fire, it'll weaken and the pressure in the boiler would cause it to explode. However, the steam in the boiler would cool the crown sheet just enough to stop it exploding for the short time the Polar Express flies down the hill, so no ding there. Where there is a firebox issue, however, is all the hot coals that make up the fire.
Now, what he's about to say here is something I hadn't thought of until this video, but it does make sense when you take basic physics into account.
The scene implies that as the train travels down the hill, everything inside it is in freefall, so it's safe to assume that some of the coal in the firebox is floating around too. Given the amount of air that's drawn through the firebox combined with the weightlessness, it's more than likely that a lot of coal would be pulled through the boiler tubes, either getting blasted out the engine's funnel or becoming stuck and reducing airflow, dampening the engine's performance.
Yeah.
On top of that, once the coal settles again, it'll likely all be piled up near the front end of the firebox. Coal needs to be evenly spread in the firebox, A, to burn more efficiently, but B, so that all the heat isn't concentrated in one area, which can melt and warp the grate the coals sit on. This won't be a major issue here, given the fireman is pretty attentive after the downhill shenanigans, but it certainly isn't good for the engine. And just because, let's throw 2 more dings on the counter for whatever this track design is, and the fact that the rails are just floating in some places. And then we go from one extreme to the other. Crazy tracks to some places. And then...
I think I may have just noticed an animation error. Oh, no, never mind.
Fireman is pretty attentive after throw 2 more dings on the counter for whatever this track design is, and the fact that the rails are just floating in some places. And then we go
oh wait, it's not an animation error. I thought there were wooden supports in places there shouldn't be, but never mind.
One extreme to the other. Crazy tracks, 2 more dings on the counter for whatever this track design is, and the fact that the rails are just floating in some places. And then we go from one extreme to the other. Crazy tracks to no tracks. Now, it isn't entirely impossible for a layer of ice to carry the weight of a steam locomotive. I've covered the subject in a video that you should probably go and watch after this, but I think it's safe to say that if a metal pin can cause the ice to shatter, it's certainly not thick enough to carry the weight of a locomotive weighing 200 tons.
Yeah.
But train of thought, it's a magic train. That's why it doesn't fall through the ice.
But what if it didn't fall through the ice? Could the driver hypothetically steer the engine to get it back on the tracks? Well, put on your tinfoil hats. I have a theory.
Now this is interesting.
So, the driver puts the engine in reverse. For the sake of argument, we'll say he's put the sanding gears on so he has better traction. As much as the carriages should just roll in a straight line, their wheels are shown to dig into the ice a little, so them zigzagging as the engine reverses into them kinda checks out. The tender, moving to a sharp angle, would jackknife the locomotive and force it to swing
Yeah,
left
and he
as
doesn't
it
even
dig into
do
traction.
some
As much as the
positive
carriages should
things
just
as
roll in
well.
a straight line,
And
their
he ignores
wheels
the
are shown to
positives
dig into the
completely.
ice a little, so them zigzagging as the engine reverses into them kinda checks out. The tender, moving to a sharp angle, would jackknife the locomotive and force it to swing left as we see. And while the engine doesn't have enough momentum to drift once the driver slams on the brakes, you can make the argument that the ice is slippery and the momentum of the carriages helps to carry the swing. Now, midway through the swing, the driver puts the engine into full forwards. This way, when the engine is ahead of the carriages enough, it can start pulling on them and use them to help go in a straight line. How can the carriages help the
Still
engine
there,
go in a
Electro?
straight line, I hear you ask? Drag. The engine still has to pull the carriages, and so the drag they produce can help angle the locomotive. In this shot, the engine is going forwards but is still skidding to its left. As it starts pulling more carriages with it, however, their weight holds the engine back, causing it to correct itself. Once the train is moving in a straight line, it then becomes a matter of braking the carriages at the right time to help steer the engine. Imagine a balloon with an arrow drawn on it and a piece of string tied to the end. The balloon is the engine and the string is the carriages. Bear with me on this.
Hang on, I'll
We
see
want
that in
the
a
arrow
minute,
to point
James.
upwards. In order to get the arrow to point up, as the balloon floats upwards, we pull on the string. The force from the string pulling the bottom of the balloon down makes it so that the balloon has no choice but to move with the arrow pointing up. If the arrow becomes slightly crooked, we gently pull the string again to apply the same resistance. By pulling back, we help correct the direction the arrow on the balloon points.
Yep.
Now, apply this to the train. As it's moving forwards, should it start to veer too much to one direction, we can apply the carriage brakes and pull the rear of the locomotive the opposite way it's going, causing it to turn in the direction we want. And that is how you drive a steam locomotive on the ice.
Yeah. Nice.
That make any sense to you? No? Good. Me neither. I was bloody wasted when I came up with that theory. If anything, it's helped me realise that hitting this massive chunk of ice would probably smash the boiler and valve gear, the engine should have tipped over here, the couplers would have broken at this angle, the driver makes an absolute meal of the controls, and all that skidding around would have bent the flanges on the locomotive's wheels completely out of line.
That's something I also didn't think about. All the skidding around on the ice would damage the flanges. That is interesting.
Yeah, the couplers would have broken at this angle, the driver makes an absolute meal of the controls, and all that skidding around would have bent the flanges on the locomotive's wheels completely out of line. Alright, now we've finally gotten that scene out of the way, it's smooth sailing from here on out. Just a handful of inaccuracies left to go. Let's see, there's this shot of the train climbing a mountain. Not only is it another one of those pesky super steep grades, but the engine and carriages physically bend around the spiral like it's Uzumaki. Last minute addition here, the lights are shown to be off in this carriage, but are shown to be on from the outside. What's that all about? Ghosts, probably. Arriving at the North Pole, the train is magically longer again, and then goes back to only having 5 carriages a few shots later. While climbing aboard the rear carriage, Hero Boy accidentally steps on the coupling release lever, and honestly, who in their right mind would put that lever there? A lever that you need to push downwards to uncouple the carriage, and you mount it right next to a set of steps where someone could accidentally stand on it.
I know.
For some reason, the carriage starts rolling backwards, but given that we know it has air brakes, the brakes should just come on as soon as the brake pipe became disconnected.
I know.
This point switching system is just a complete mystery to me. Firstly, that's just an overcomplicated design for a set of points, and secondly, why would they send a runaway carriage not along a flat section of track where it'll eventually slow down and stop, but careening down a hill at
Express on
breakneck
Monday in the
speed
cinema,
at-
nice.
And secondly, why would they send a runaway carriage not along a flat section of track where it'll eventually slow down and stop, but careening down a hill at breakneck speed along a public street? Slamming into a turntable at the end of the line somehow causes it to spin around.
And somehow with the speed it was going, it doesn't crash through the buffers and fall into that giant ravine.
But careening down a hill at breakneck speed along a public street.
That is
slamming
incredible.
into a
Oh, there you
turntable
are,
at the end
Neon.
of-
Finally, there you are. We've been wondering where you are all evening. So at the moment, we're watching Train of Thought's new video on everything wrong with the trains and the Polar Express. Electro was here a moment ago, but now he's gone. I'll let him know you're here. So I know you've been watching the film, Neon, but I know YouTube started working. I know you were online earlier. I know YouTube wasn't working for you. Oh, there you are, Electro. I know YouTube wasn't working for you earlier, but how come you didn't show up as soon as YouTube started working again for you? Buffer stop on it.
Right now.
Well, it makes sense, it makes sense, Levco. It does make sense, as literally right ahead of the turntable is a huge ravine.
To a set of steps where someone could accidentally stand on it. For some reason, the carriage starts rolling backwards, but given that we know it has air brakes, the brakes should just come on as soon as the brake pipe became disconnected.
Exactly.
This point-switching system is just a complete mystery to me.
It was annoying, but pressing over and over and it wasn't having it. But then it started working again. And you told me so. So how come you didn't show up as soon as it started working again?
Rolling backwards, but given that we know it has air brakes, the brakes should just come on as soon as the brake pipe became disconnected. This point-switching system is just a complete mystery to me. Firstly, that's just an overcomplicated design for a set of points.
Yes,
and secondly, why would they send a runaway carriage not along a flat section of track where it'll eventually slow down and stop, but careening down a hill at breakneck speed along a public street? Slamming into a turntable at the end of the line somehow causes it to spin around. And I must know, who builds a roundhouse where the only way to get to the turntable on foot is to traverse a slippery, narrow rail?
He has a life outside of your streams. I know. But it's just, it looked like he was about to show up. Earlier in the stream, at like 7:30, it looked like he was about to show up, but then he didn't.
Along a pub.
Gave up for a bit, then decided to just... decided to just watch a film instead. Alright, that's fine.
Firstly, that's just an overcomplicated design for a set of points. And secondly, why would they send a runaway carriage not along a flat section of track where it'll eventually slow down and stop, but careening down a hill at breakneck speed along a public street? Slamming into a turntable at the end of the line somehow causes it to spin around, and I must know, who builds a roundhouse where the only way to get to the turntable on foot is to traverse a slippery, narrow rail above a hole that leads to the center of the earth?
Neon does.
I swear, the ICC must have made a law about that at some point. The tunnel they follow comes out in the middle of this industrial district, but rather than ending at a station or even a set of buffers, the rails just come together at the end of the tunnel, which makes me wonder what the point of that line even is. The kids wander about, meet Santa, and learn the true Christmas spirit, eventually bringing the kids together at the end of the tunnel, which makes me wonder what the point of that line even is. The kids wander about, meet Santa, and learn the true Christmas spirit, eventually bringing us to our final era, that being this pump cart. While I admit the brass wheels do make it look sick as hell, my issue is why would you use a pump cart to move a carriage? You don't have a shunting engine or something on standby for this kind of work?
Yeah, like a mini American shunting engine here at the North Pole would have been awesome to see. In place of this hand cart / pump cart. Now I think about it, an engine like that would have been way better to see. Although I understand why they used a hand cart instead, it does make for a very funny visual gag. Like the elves being so small and that they just lurch up and down on the handles of the hand cart.
That being this pump cart. While I admit the brass wheels do make it look sick as hell,
it's a nice visual gag.
Why would you use a pump cart to move a carriage? You don't have a shunting engine or something on standby for this kind of work? Also, why are elves using something that's clearly too big for them to operate? You'd think that with how industrial this place is, they'd have something more suited for their size. I'll tell you what,
I understand
after
you said that,
that's
Neon.
clearly too big for them to operate.
Yes, it is too big for them to operate, but as I said, I understand why they did it in place of a shunting engine. It does make for a nice visual gag.
Also, why are elves using something that's clearly too big for them to operate? You'd think
Even
that
as a
with how
kid, I found
industrial
that
this
funny.
place is, they'd have something more too big for them to operate. You'd think that with how industrial this place is, they'd have something more suited for their size. I'll tell you what, between the workplace harassment, poorly maintained equipment suited for their size.
Plunger cart. I've never heard it be called that before. I've always known these as either hand carts, pump trolleys, etc. Plunger carts must be the Irish term for these. I've never heard the term plunger cart before. I've always known these, as I said, I've always known these as either hand carts, pump carts, or pump trolleys.
This kind of work? Also, why are elves using something that's clearly too big for them to operate? You'd think that with how industrial this place...
Everything wrong with the trains in the Polar Express. Can just have a tendency to multiply? Exactly. And I must ask, how can the elves live in a normal-sized buildings given how small they are? I really don't know. That is an interesting
have a shunting engine
observation,
or something on standby for this kind of work? Also, why are elves using something that's clearly too big for them to operate? You'd think that with how industrial this place is, they'd have something more suited for their size. I'll tell you what, between the workplace harassment, poorly maintained equipment, suicidal track placement, and the sheer disregard for workplace safety, it's honestly amazing that nobody's been seriously hurt by Santa's negligence before. I'm telling you, it's a lawsuit just waiting to happen. Where there's blame, there's a claim, is what my uncle told me. Threw his back out at work, he did. Kept telling his boss he needed proper lifting equipment. Tried to move 5 bags of coal on his own, and he was halfway through the second.
Final accuracy count, 50.
And there we have it. The
Well, either hand carts, or pump trolleys. I most commonly call them hand carts because that was the first thing I heard them called. Always has me questioning. I know. Maybe in this rumored sequel maybe in this rumored Polar Express 2 that's coming up, we'll get an answer to all those inaccuracies and questions, or at the very least, the film will take the piss out of those those faulty logic and unrealistic physics.
The Polar Express. Is this my favourite Christmas movie? No. The story is...
Well, it's my favourite.
Pretty flat.
Nonsense! It's not flat at all! I think the writing of this is actually pretty clever.
I find it hard to invest in Hero Boy as a character.
I find it easy to invest in him and his character.
It's pretty flat. I find it hard to...
No, there's not a sequel, but there's one in early development, supposedly. It might get quietly cancelled, but we don't know.
No. The story is pretty flat. I find it hard to invest in Hero Boy.
Of course I am, John Murray, but I'm looking forward to going to Hyde Park Winter Wonderland tomorrow just as much.
I find it hard to invest in Hero Boy as a character. There's a bunch of just messing about and time wasting towards the end. And yes, the characters and animations still look as uncanny as they did 20 years ago.
I don't think they look uncanny at all. The motion capture animation in this film, and motion capture in general, in my opinion, gets way too much hate. I've said that before, and I said that earlier in the stream.
All that being said, there's still plenty in this movie to admire. Like I said earlier, it's just got a nice vibe to it, and when you look at it from a filmmaking point of view, it only gets more impressive. Robert Zemeckis, as a director, is always doing interesting things with the camera. Not just composing nice shots, but putting the camera in interesting places, tracking through glass, and doing impressive long takes. Seriously, the entire musical bit where they arrive at the North Pole has no cuts, but it flows smoothly.
Spent the day at my friend's house? That's fine, Jacob. We're gonna go for another 20 minutes.
This is tracking through glass and doing impressive long takes. Seriously, the entire musical bit
exactly,
where they arrive
Neon.
at the North Pole has no cuts, but it flows smoothly.
It's not bad at all. I don't think it's uncanny at all. Still there, Electro.
Seriously, the entire musical bit where they arrive at the North Pole has no cuts, but it flows smoothly. Zemeckis himself said that the North Pole has no cuts.
I love how that shot makes it look like a model train. That's That's
but
genius.
it flows smoothly. Zemeckis himself said that to make the film live action would have cost $1 billion, and given the cinematography and attention to detail, I can't say I blame him. Yes, some stuff does suffer from that early 2000s low-quality texturing, but it still looks stunning when it counts.
It was pretty expensive even as a motion capture film. This film's budget was 160 million.
Early 2000s low-quality texturing, but it still looks stunning when it counts. I even bought a copy of the original book to compare it with the film, and while the book is much less adventurous, the kid literally just goes to the North Pole and meets Santa with no interference, the film does a fantastic job of translating Chris Van Allsburg's illustrations from book to screen. And that's not even going over the countless hidden tributes to 1225, A Christmas Carol, and so much more, or mentioning how the motion capture technology paved the way for future projects like Jim Carrey's Christmas Carol or James Cameron's Avatar. There's so much more to this movie than just its story, so I can totally see how this has ended up as so many people's favourite Christmas film. And yes, I do know about the sliding elf, the other Back to the Future references, and a bunch of other tidbits. I can totally see how this has ended up as so many people's favourite Christmas film.
Yep, as me and Electro said, this is our favourite Christmas film as well.
And yes, I do know about the sliding elf, the other Back to the Future references, and a bunch of other tidbits that the comments are going to eagerly share. I just don't have time to go over them all in this video, and I don't really want to change the subject too much from the trains. Speaking of, I'd give the train accuracy in this movie a solid 5 out of 10. They didn't get...
What, you mean the Polar Express? It's not really a novelisation, Electro. It did start out... The Polar Express did start life as just a children's picture book in 1985, just as a book, and obviously the film didn't come along till 2004, so it's not really a novelisation. It's not a novelisation when it's not a novelisation when the book came first. It's only a novelisation when it's a book based on a film, not the other way round. College closing day for Christmas. Made some coffees for my friend at their dad at Breward's, the coffee shop I work at. Wait, you work at a coffee shop? I never knew that. Alright, night MLP fan, thanks for coming.
Speaking of, I'd give the train accuracy in this movie a solid 5 out of 10. They didn't get every aspect of 1225 correct, but the fact they went through so much effort to make the Polar Express look as close to the real thing as possible certainly earns them some brownie points. What brings the score down, however, is what they do with 1225 and the bizarre physics-bending stuff that goes on around it. I know a lot of it can be explained away as continuity errors or simply that it's a magic train,
or that the whole adventure was just a dream the boy had. It would make a lot of sense given all the illogical stuff that happens. I see, Jacob.
I know a lot of it can be explained away as
Matthew Story released the Revenge of the Sith novelisation before the film was released. Still came before the film. Yes, but the novelisation is still based... Yes, Electro, but the novelisation is still based on the film. If it's a book based on a film, then it's a novelisation. If it's a film based on a book, then the book is not a novelisation.
Physics-bending stuff that goes on around it. I know a lot of it can be explained away as continuity errors or simply that it's a magic train.
Well, it's not really a novel. It's not really a novel, Neon. It's more of a picture book, children's picture book.
And the bizarre physics-bending stuff that goes on around it.
No, it was based on a book from 19...
What brings the score down, however, is what they do with 1225.
No, it was a book based on...
What brings the score down, however, is what they do.
It was a film based on a book by Chris Van Allsburg. Alright, good night, Percy Engine, thanks for coming. Alright then, Robert.
What brings the score down?
Yes, I am still... Yes, you are still there, James. I'm sorry. I saw you were sending those images. I'll have a look at them once we finish this video.
Effort to make the Polar Express look as close to the real thing as possible certainly earns them some brownie points. What brings the score down, however, is what they do with 1225 and the bizarre physics-bending stuff that goes on around it. I know a lot of it can be explained away as continuity errors or simply that it's a magic train, But I think I've made my feelings on that defence fairly obvious. Was I a little overly picky in places? Perhaps. But I'm harsh because I care. Or at least, that's what my brother told me when he stole all the chocolate I got for Christmas.
If you try to make me late again, I swear to Christmas I will feed you to elves. Mr. P Express. Well, that's that video. I still like it. Same. Then multiple times because you're behind. Oh, it's all the same image. It's a magic train. Except it isn't. How did you make this? 40-foot wooden box lie around. He built it out of Toby. Jesus, that's dark. Oh, man. Yeah, it is the same image. Yeah, sorry I didn't show this to everyone sooner, James. I just wanted to finish this video first. I was going to do it after that. But now, guys, I want to show you all the comment I wrote on this video. Because you might find it pretty sweet. And this comment... I'm listening to you, Electro. That should shut up the know-it-all kid. Well, the hero girl did say that, but it didn't shut him up. He immediately went on to describe the actual train. So yeah, this isn't the only everything wrong with the trains video Train of Thought has done. He's also done one on the trains in the Lone Ranger and on a film called The Horror Express. Anyway, so now I just want to show you all the comments that I wrote on this video. This will hopefully give you all a better understanding on why I think this film is an unrecognized masterpiece and why it has such a special place in my heart. Quite impossible for a train to perform those maneuvers. But he does have an interesting theory. He does come up with an interesting theory for how it can drift on the ice. Neon. This come with the children on board too? Indeed. Well, going down those hills must have been fun. For the kids. Going down Glacier Gulch. Hey, this guy just activated the scrapyard quick time event. Hit triangle right now. And then he died. Right, so let me read this comment I wrote to you all. I knew this video was coming. I'll read those in a moment. Electro Neon, I'll just read this to you. I knew this video was coming. Thanks for making this. I personally consider this film an unrecognized masterpiece. The writing and character arcs are surprisingly clever. The unrealistic train physics and faulty logic of the film as a whole don't bother me, and even, dare I say it, adds to the charm of the film. The motion capture animation gets too much hate and is more often than not actually that uncanny. I just love this film's themes and messages, and the film as a whole simply oozes with Christmas joy. I have no shame in saying that this is my favourite Christmas film of all time. It also just has a very special place in my family, not only because we watch this film every year at 7 PM on Christmas Eve, but also because the DVD was gifted to us in Christmas 2007 by my late granddad. This was his final Christmas with us all before he died the following year when he was only in his 60s. Rest in peace, Grandad Ian. Thank you for introducing me to this incredible film and contributing to such a significant part of my family's annual festivities. May the spirit of Christmas be with you always and eternally. There. That should explain to you all why The Polar Express is my favourite Christmas film of all time. I hope that comment I wrote on this video made it clear to you all why this film is my favourite of all time. I wouldn't call it a masterpiece personally. Well, I think it is. An unrecognised masterpiece. It's a nice little adventure to go on every Christmas Eve. No, it's more than nice. It's awesome. The inertia, exactly. It's inertia, exactly. How in the blazes did the conductor remain on top during such inertia? I don't know. He just has excellent balance. My older brother introduced me to the Polar Express. Well, as Well, as you see here, it was my granddad Ian who introduced it to me. Thank you so much, John Murray. But yes, I hope that comment... Suction shoes! Maybe his boots are suction shoes. So yeah, what did everyone else think of that comment? Old Puffer Pete is their version of the Polar Express. Cool. Anyway, I'm going to go for 9 more minutes. Just play Arsenal for the last 9 minutes. The sensation I get from watching the Polar Express is something else. Something stronger. Oh yeah, the sensation I get from watching it is very, very strong as well. I can't quite explain it. It's just there. Anyway, let's play Arsenal for the last 8 or 9 minutes. Electro, if we ever meet up at Christmas, one time, Electro, or better yet, if you come round to my place, to my family's place for Christmas sometime, you'd be more than welcome to join us on our annual tradition of watching Polar Express. I do need to watch it again, see how it does for me in the present day. I do hope you'll love it, Neon. Winky Nong is the train, I see. But yeah, what did everyone else think of that comment I wrote? So yeah, my late granddad Ian is part of the reason why I love the film so much. It's not the only reason, it's part of the reason. Absolution and a pure soul. I see. What does absolution mean when listening to the music? Yeah, the music is great. The actual Polar Express song is awesome. TV version parody? I know, James. Absolution meaning. Formal release from guilt, obligation. Oh, yes, that is amazing. It is an amazing feeling. Thanks, Jacob. What did you two think of my comment, Electro and Neon?
Stupid to think they will win.
Yeah, indeed. Absolution, that's definitely the sensation. Absolution, that's definitely the sensation Anakin Skywalker experienced right before his death. Finally being free from everything after he killed Palpatine. I'm sure you think that, Electro. 'Cause that's the way things happen on the Polar Express. Dance as a distraction, nice. That's the way things happen on the Polar Express. You know, I might play the Polar Express song when I do the Christmas Day running session. Merry Christmas to you too, Martin. I'll see you hopefully at the Christmas Day running session in 5 days. Merry Christmas.
Good shot. You've got it.
Happening on Christmas Day? Well, there is for me, anyway. 2011? Yeah, I know, Jacob, but as I said, it was 2007 for us. And we've been doing our tradition of watching it every year at 7 PM on Christmas Eve since 2012. Still there, Neon? Well, yes, yes, James, there is a lot happening on Christmas Day for me. Opening and running my Intercity 225 on my Hornby layout for the first time. seeing my grandparents, Christmas lunch, Wallace and Gromit Vengeance Most Foul, and finally the running session. Oh, and doing the live posting of the premiere of Vengeance Most Foul. Wally and Granite. Oh, and speaking of Wallace and Gromit, in preparation for Vengeance Most Foul, we're probably going to watch The Curse of the Were-Rabbit this weekend, because while I have seen a lot of clips from the film, I haven't seen Curse of the Were-Rabbit in its entirety yet. So I'm going to rectify that this weekend before Vengeance Most Foul premieres.
Hey, you got here. Excellent.
Oh, and is Electro still there? Die! Damn it. And what do you think of it, James? I won't be on the Christmas Day live stream. I'll be spending the day with my family. That's fine, John Murray. I think you told me that on Discord. Lovely. Damn it! Okay. So glitchy. Shit. Damn it. Right, one more round, then I'll end the stream. I know. Yeah, you think it's great? Nice. I can't wait for it as well. Dum 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 dum. DVD for my birthday, nice. I wonder if we're going to have a repeat of the I wonder if we're going to have a repeat of the train chase in Vengeance Most Foul, only on a full-scale train instead of a Model 1. That's what I'm wondering. Series 7 for my 10th birthday? Nice. Damn it. Used to watch it religiously? Cool. I remember getting the whole Season 8 of SpongeBob on DVD. I think I might still have it somewhere, but I don't know. Gotcha! Well, not to me it wasn't. And plus, when I bought it, I didn't really know any better at the time. But even now, from the episodes I remember of it, it's not too bad. Drive-Thru, for example, is a good episode. I still think Drive-Thru's a good episode. Yeah, I landed on the crane. I have the high ground now, literally. Gotcha. I have the high ground. Literally. Damn it!
Unbelievable. You lost a level.
Well, I guess this is where we'll end the stream now. It's been fun, guys. More fun than I was expecting. There was James sent some pretty hilarious stuff, and when Neon showed up in the end, along with Odd and Electro, it did brighten the stream up a bit. No charcoal still, but I still have hope he'll return again one day, Charcoal. But I must get off to bed now. I've got a big day. I've got a long day tomorrow. London, Hyde Park, Winter Wonderland. So yeah, I need some sleep now. So thank you all for coming, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed. Hope you're all looking forward to my Christmas running session stream and my last Friday stream of the year. Next week. Model era, most of my DVDs are based on that. I see. I grew up with both the classic and the hit model era. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching, guys. Hope you're all looking forward to my Christmas Day stream and the last Friday stream of the year, and all of the other and all my other upcoming content, including my Bob the Builder Christmas to Remember review. So thank you all so much for watching, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed this video. Please like, comment. You have a Merry Christmas too, John Murray. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, TrainLover16, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone. Yeah, bye, Rob. Bye, everyone.